All right, we are live at Comic Art Live. I really appreciate everybody showing up today. Before we bring Mike and Jeff into the panel for this afternoon, I just wanted to thank everybody for showing up. It's been a busy morning. There's been a few bumps in the road, but in general, everything's worked really well. I can tell we've probably sold over $250,000 worth of original art so far, and we're only 3 hours into the show. So I thank you. And of one note is I will do a Q&A as the final panel of the show on Sunday. I believe that's going to be at 4 o'clock, so we can talk about how the show went and get some feedback while the show's still going on. And I look forward to talking to you guys then. And so without any further ado, here are Mike Mayhew and Jeff May.
Hey.
Hey, Bill. Hey, Jeff. How you guys?
Hey, how's it going?
Good.
I am so excited. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. This is the first official panel, right? Is that right? Or I don't know what our deal is here. I'm just going to make stuff up randomly and just start saying it out loud. I am here with my one of my favorite people on the planet, Mike Mayhew. Mike, we're so excited to have you on here. We got a lot to talk about.
Thank you, Jeff.
And it's funny because you and we've been, I love this. I'm seeing, by the way, I'm looking at the live comments right now. We're getting a lot of hellos. And a lot of people are saying where they're from. We're seeing Brazil, we're seeing America, we're seeing the Czech Republic. So I'm really excited. I'm really excited that we're global here. If you don't know me, which realistically you don't, you may know me as I am Jeff May. I'm a host of Sideshow, as well as a lot of other things through Sideshow Collectibles. You may have seen or heard me on crack.com, blah, 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 all the stuff on the internet. You can find me. My name is right here. So right there, I got it. And you can feel free to look into that. Clearly, I'm not the reason you guys turned in here. So if you would like, by the way, we have an hour together with Mike, and we're going to be talking a lot about art. If you would like another in-depth interview and talk with Mike, he came into the Sideshow studio with me not too long ago.
That's
and
right.
You can look. It was so much fun to have you there too.
Yeah, it was a great talk.
And they loved having you there as well. But you can check out Sideshow with Jeff May and type in Mike Mayhew. And that is available on all platforms, including YouTube. So you can see us close to each other before the world was falling apart.
That's right. It was right before. I think that was in late January. And
yeah.
Things have changed a little bit since then.
Yes, and that's something that I would like to talk about, because I think for us, I mean, Comic-Cons are work. The conventions are always a job, but they are also a bit of sort of like a summer camp feel to it, where we get to see all of our friends and hang out and go to dinner later.
Howard Shakin at the end of the show will say, "I'll see you back on campus." You know, it's like going back to college, seeing your old roommates. You know, it's that kind of atmosphere, and I'm sure a lot of people are missing it right now.
And now we're in sort of at least a temporarily new world here together, where we are doing these digitally. Mike and I are doing this from our homes, not too far from each other, actually. But I like that we're navigating into this new world, and that we're still allowing ourselves to be accessible, which I think is important.
Yeah, it's exciting. I mean, the couple dalliances I've had with live streams over the last 2 months have been very successful. Even though the technology sometimes gets a little wonky, it might be a little embarrassing. That's going to work itself out. But you know, the demand is there. I mean, even in this sort of oppressed time, I mean, people want their escapism. People, you know, want their comfort food in terms of like their pop culture collectibles. And, you know, when people are staying at home, like my store is lighting up, and the demand for things on these live streams. And I see a lot of potential for this type of thing to maybe have an appeal that comic shows can't give. You know, I mean, the fact that we're able to address all the comic art fans around the world at once. It's not that everyone has to go through the obstacle of getting up to the airport and getting a hotel room three months in advance and all this kind of thing. You know, we're just here now, you know, doing, you know, what we could do with a lot more effort at a Comic-Con.
It is interesting, the virtual meetup, as I'm seeing in the live comments, a lot of things coming in, and we got on Facebook, my man Scott Dunbier said hello from San Diego,
which
I think
Scott. I love Scott.
And I love Scott too, and we've never met, but I'm a love guy.
I think everybody, I'm imagining everybody on here is like a hardcore comic art collector, and so everyone knows Scott. I mean, the work he does is just so important to the comic art world.
Yeah, and I wanted to bring him up because he said from San Diego, and I think San Diego, we started to see the conventions starting to peel away a little bit. And San Diego and New York, obviously, they sort of serve as those touchstones for conventions, and it's places we all go to hang out. I believe we met in San Diego, either SanEgo or at an LA con.
One of the shows, yeah.
But now we're making this shift, and the shift is different. We still have art and prints and originals and commissions and things like that. They still are available. We're not waiting in these long lines for them. The lines are now, it's like a digital wait line. I can't come up to you, but I also can't come up to you with my sketchbook.
Right.
And ask if you're doing sketches. So that is a shift as well. Yeah. And I want to talk about that. Like at conventions, do you do sketches at conventions often, or?
I personally don't. I'm always by myself at a show, and I've got a lot of merchandise on the table. I've got a lot of artwork. People come up, they have questions, and so for me to sit down and do a sketch that represents the type of work that people know me for, it's just not going to happen realistically. I do those remarks, which are a blast to do. Those take me like 15 minutes. There's an element of it where I have to sit it down and let it dry before I finish it. And so I can sit it down, sort of deal with somebody and kind of keep the flow going. But I'm the type of guy, I never sit down. I'm kind of trying to bring people over to the table. I'm trying to keep people engaged. And, that's just my style at a show.
Yeah, you are very personable at shows. It is something that I've always found. I believe our first introduction was an interview. And we interviewed to a point where I was like, I feel like I've known this guy for a long time. And now I've known this guy for a long time. So I get to, it's funny how this has made that shift. But yeah, we are now making the shift to how can we contact, and not only contact to get art, but how can we support artists? Which I think is very
it's
important.
So easy now. It's like, do you really have to even think about it? It's like, I get messages on Instagram, Facebook, email. I've got my email subscribers. I got my Shopify store. It's like there's so many points of access to me. And for every level of person. If you want a $15 variant, you can go to my store. If you want a $10,000 paintings, you hit me up on Comic Art Fan. And all these, I'm sort of cross promoting on all these platforms all the time. So I think the thing about our sort of little niche is, we're all pretty educated, and that's a big benefit for a guy like me is the people that are interested in this type of stuff already have a lot of pre-knowledge coming into it of what prices are and, what to expect in terms of shipping and how things are packed and all this kind of thing. So, to me, it's just easier than ever.
Yeah. One thing that I would like to bring up, because I want to talk, is actually, it's interesting because you and I have talked about this, and we get to do something that is more often off limits with artists. And I'm very excited that you were into this, which is talking about the economics of art. And I do want to talk about that. But something that I want to talk about, and in a way congratulate, but also thank you for, is that you recently joined Jim Lee's auction to help support local comic shops. And if anybody knows anything about me.
What a historic effort. I've been in this business 27 years. And, I'll never forget 9/11, how the comic community came together. Both companies were in New York at that time. Obviously, a lot of people were directly affected. But it was so heartwarming to see the empathy that comic artists had for the situation and the first responders. And it really made me feel proud to be in comics. And I didn't do much back then, but when this opportunity presented itself, I wanted to be a part of that. And I'm glad I did. The artwork went for $7,100 last night on eBay. And, everyone's been seeing how much Jim's pieces are going for and the other people. And, I think he's well over $500,000. $500,000.
Yeah, that was a few days ago that they announced that they crested and I think they're skyrocketing through there. That the piece you did, a Mystique piece,
Yeah.
sort of reminiscent of the covers. Do you
Yes.
have it there?
Let me see if I can move.
You're allowed to.
Oh yeah, I
You're allowed
know.
to do that. Yeah.
You can see it right.
Oh, there it is. It's on the left. It's towards our left of your at the bottom row. You see it going through there. Vibrant, beautiful colors. And what's funny too is when I saw a lot of the comments on Instagram, a lot of people were saying this is very reminiscent of Alex Ross. A lot of people were saying that, which I'm sure is a compliment. But in of itself, it is a very Mike Mayhew piece because it's not simple, but it uses simplicity to add a really wonderful form of depth that you don't see as often as you would think. And it sort of a bit reminds me of like Olivia in a way, of like using those sort of like the simple strokes to create high complex pieces. And I love it.
Yeah. I mean, a lot of people often bring up Alex Ross with my work, but like you say, Olivia or the pinup artists were huge influences on me, like Hajime Sorayama, the sexy robot painter. I mean, that type of precision and hyperrealism. In fact, I kind of learned how to paint looking at in the back of a how-to thing of one of his books. And then, the classic American illustrators like James Bauman, Norman Rockwell. I mean, that stuff was all around since I was a kid, and certainly informed the type of work I'm interested in now.
It is interesting to trace the roots of sort of modern comic artists and where they trace them back. It's the irony of, before I was ever involved in this industry, back when I was in college, I did an independent study that traced comic book artists. This is my level of nerd, is I got college credit on comic art because I used as a history major, because I used classic and contemporary art to trace influences through comics and to find where that goes through. So to see that and to hear that from you, who I wouldn't not say is a modern sort of master of painting in comics. You certainly do sort of find yourself at the top of the rankings as far as painters in comics, and it is super impressive. So it was really nice to see you explain that history a little bit. I want to talk because conventions are in a way a lot of fan interaction, which we have here. And most of the fan interaction so far that I've seen in the comments is people saying where they're from, which is nice. And we are internally grateful. And welcome to all of you in Rome and Czech and San Diego. And we have that. But it is also, there is a sort of business aspect to it that a lot of creators are now missing out on. A lot of
conventions,
Sandy, go ahead.
I can't even imagine. I would probably make, I don't know, after costs like 7,000-10,000 a show or something like that. I don't know, maybe better. I mean, you go to these things, it's a commercial enterprise, let's face it. Okay, I'm not leaving my wife and kids at home for 5 days to go have a good time. And so if I'm not making $1,000, $1,500 a day, why bother? I mean, I could make that much money in the studio. So, when I think about all the cons I have lined up, and then that income is gone, it's a big hit. But I think my attitude through all this is I have barely been affected. Nothing close to other people. Like, I don't own a gym or a restaurant. And, I've been through this type of stuff before in 2008 and 2000. And, it's just part of being a business owner.
Yeah, it's funny, too, because you do find yourself, something I've noticed from you is, number one, you are a voracious learner. You are somebody, you are a man of evolution. And I'm not sure a lot of people,
I appreciate that.
Well, this is a peek behind the curtain, too, because this is something that I have access to you, because as many questions as I have about art for you, you have about streaming, podcasting, informing people, doing the persona aspect. And that, to me, shows your willingness to grow and learn. And you have done that, which is why you have advanced social media, why you have a good website, a good shop, and things like that, because you yourself want to know how to grow and learn, and that is,
Well,
it's badass.
It's vital, and especially right now, my advice to anyone in this industry is you need to figure out how to expand into this somehow and not contract, not wait and see, because you can do that, and at the end of it, you're going to have taken a hit on some level. And if you don't do that and you're proactive, you could come out really far ahead. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
It's
Oh
just
yeah.
it's just a business mentality. There's like we're doing right now. These live streams are becoming an economic replacement for cons, and then you start to think about that. Well, how can I scale that? How can I maybe even make it bigger? How can I tie in products to that and make it more sensational or this and that? I mean, there's all sorts of runway for that. Also, I'm doing getting more and more involved in like creator owned type stuff, or maybe even Kickstarter. When the distribution got pulled for a month or two there, you're not sure when Marvel's going to be calling you to do variants anymore. You got to figure something out. And I've always said this long before this happened. In this industry, it's almost like there's more opportunity than you can possibly take advantage of, really. And I think it's an important time to really sort of do more, try more, experiment more, and you'll be very well rewarded on the other side.
And I think that's indicative of what you and I are doing right now. And I
Right.
mean, beyond just doing the con, but you and I sort of said we should be early in the convention. We should get started. We should want to
Yeah.
do this. And I think this works really well for both of us in that, because I do the personality stuff, but in reality, because you are so willing to try new things, you will trust fall into something new, and that is something that not a lot of people will do, and I appreciate that, and that will, I think, sort of convert over towards your process as well.
Yeah, it's
You know?
benefited me greatly. It's
Mhm.
like, with the 3D stuff I do has paid off tremendously in ways I could have never imagined. I started that Shopify store last year, and I got my own Diamond account so I could print my own Marvel variants. Boy, did that come in handy when comic stores shut down, because my traffic in my store was up. And it is, you got to have more than one or two income streams if you want to be sustainable.
Yeah, I want to talk about that now, because we did talk about how it is a business. Do you view you as a commodity? Because there's a financial interaction between artist and patron of the
Right.
arts. The word patron, literally, I am funding you. I am
Yeah.
I am supporting you. We're all just
We're
a
talking to my primary patrons right now. I mean, I've sold more original art through Comic Art Fans in the last, what is it, 15, 17 years than any other platform. I mean, these are the people that appreciate that type of work. They, they, I'm proud to sell to people on Comic Art Fans because I know the art's going to a good home.
what does the relationship become? This is a me personally. I want to know this
Yeah.
because, for example, in comedy, you develop a fan base where sometimes people get too familiar, and
Right.
people will make inappropriate jokes on social media. They will say
Yeah.
things to you that they'll say, if I say I'm trash, they'll start calling me trash, and I'm
Right.
like, no, no, no. I think you. So in the relation between, because obviously we're very different. My art is number one, self-deprecating, but number two,
Yeah.
sort of a performance. When it comes to sort of the creation of a collectible, intangible piece of artwork, what is the relationship like between patron and artist? Are you treated
Well,
like
I
a
think
factory?
yeah, no, I think the way I've developed lately that it has seems to be working is sort of, and I see a lot of artists doing this. J. Scott Campbell, Clayton Crane, Mark Brooks is, you're sort of becoming a brand name, and when your name is attached to an Amazing Spider-Man variant or a Joker thing or whatever, it maybe adds value to it. And then the original art, your body of original art is part of your brand. And I like to think of it almost like a luxury brand, like a Ferrari or something. You want to protect the investors in Ferrari, the people that buy those, spend that money, and so you know, how can I put it? Like, I used to get a kick if I would sell a cover painting for $2,000. You know what I mean? It'd be
Mhm.
half of what I draw an issue for, and you'd think in those terms, like, well, I get $5,000 to $7,000 for an issue. That's about the best payday I'm going to get. You know, everything would be relative to that. And then, you know, the prices started going up, and I do these prelim pieces a lot of people are familiar with, and sometimes those prelims are going for 2 or 3 thousand. And then when you add in your cover rate, you know, you might be getting $5,000 to $7,000 for a cover before you even sold the original. And then so at that point, I'm like, well, maybe the concept is you want the original to be so good that you don't want to sell it, because if you're keeping your best stuff, it's just adding value to the people that have your things or long term. I mean, we all know that comic art over decades tends to increase substantially. And, you know, the fact that digital art is being so predominant now and traditional artists are falling by the wayside, you know, in
Mhm.
10 years, I might not even be able to get watercolor. How much your Spider Man or Batman painting's going to be worth then? I would imagine it would, you know, add to it.
Yeah, full digital certainly does sort of lead to the idea, a scarcity of art, and it is interesting to see. I think what might be developing among smart artists, and I know I've at least seen Ryan Otley do it, is do blue line digitally, then
Yeah, yeah.
print, and then build off of that. So you
Yeah,
get
I
the
see
sort
that a
of the
lot.
rough skeleton.
I personally, I'm not a big fan of that. You know, I want my original to be all there. You know what I mean? Like, but you know, or I
Yeah.
see sometimes these guys will do like they'll do their work digitally and then they'll print one proof or something. I don't know. I mean, you can do what you. It's sort of like
Yeah.
all I know is like when I do a painting, it's worth a lot of money.
Mhm.
So why would I not want to do a painting? You know, especially if it's like a Spider-Man female character or something. You know, it's just a big presence in that particular type of collectible. These variant covers, you know,
Yeah.
that kind of thing.
Well, I mean, we have in the comments, Anthony Ants Procopio said, "I love my FF #1 prelim and sketch that Mike Mayhew did."
That's
Right
right.
there, right there in the comments, right there.
Yeah, no,
You
I
should be
see
able to
that.
see it.
You know,
Um,
Ants and Carlos have me up for Fan Expo Toronto, and yeah, it's you know, these variants are the way to go right now for me.
yeah, I want to ask too about that. Like, are there pieces of yours that you said you never want to? I'm gonna before I get into my question, if you do have questions or comments, please feel free to
Oh
write
yeah,
them in
for
the live
sure.
comments. We do see them. Paolo Gaudiano, I did see that you said you are an amazing artist, Mike. We do get them up there. See that? I
I am
before I even
seeing
get to
everything,
finish them
and I
up there.
appreciate it. Yeah.
Yeah, no, don't you worry about that. I get to see those, and we'll throw them up there.
Okay.
Now, here's one of my questions, because you said I don't want to, like, I want to make pieces that I don't want to get rid of. Are there pieces that you have that you're like, no, this is mine? Like, for
Oh yeah.
example, I see behind you that Watchmen cover. I believe that was for a Wizard magazine. Is that correct? The Watchmen piece, the
Yeah,
Rorschach.
yeah, that's a banner, but that's one piece. Like I've, you know, everything's for sale, and I'll give
Yeah.
people a price, but I've always priced that very high. Or my Detective 1000 cover is right off to the right of me in a frame. My Black Cat #1, which was my very first Marvel variant. I mean, my concept a little bit too is, you know, I live in LA. Basically, I live in Glendale, and I would imagine I could probably have some little gallery event if I had 10 or 15 pieces or something. And so, you know, again, like that type of mentality to me adds value to the body of work. You know, if I could
Mhm.
display it in that manner, maybe even monetize an event like that, or the marketing of that lets people know to take my originals more seriously. But if I'm selling everything as soon as I make it, I can't do anything like that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and it does. It also does. You're right about the appreciation of value too, and that is, it's there's something that I wanted to talk about. You mentioned Mark Brooks earlier,
Uh-huh.
and he had posted something on social media, a Reddit question. It was the AITA, am I the a-hole? And it was somebody that was not happy that their sketch that they or their commission came too quickly, and
Yeah,
that
I
they
briefly
were
glanced
talking,
at that.
and it's funny, but it also does sort of ring back to the idea of artists versus people that are purchasing art. That do you find there are a lot of people that don't understand the value of decades of work per
No,
piece?
not for me, and I'll tell you why. Because I'm a premium. My stuff sells for a premium. I'm probably dealing with people that are a little more upper middle class or higher. You know what I'm saying? Like they
The people that
understand
have
the
the
value
money. Yeah.
of things. They understand how to deal with people. they under you know, and so the people that I deal with for inquiries or selling my art are just couldn't be kinder. You know,
Yeah.
and I'll tell you what, every time at a con, when I agree to do like $150 sketch cover or something, just because I don't know, maybe it's a slow show and I'm bored, like, inevitably it opens the door to all that type of stuff. Like these
Mhm.
guys, they want to get something for like $30. Well, so and so does two figures for $50. Can you do it for, you know what I
Yeah.
mean? It's like,
Yeah. There is the you
fortunately,
setting
I
your
don't
own
have to
price. Yeah.
really, fortunately, I don't have to think that way, and that kind of mentality does nothing for my brand. If
Um,
I make a two-figure sketch cover for you of your favorite characters from the '90s in these particular costumes, that does nothing for me.
yeah. We have a question here. I want to do a side travel. I don't know if you can see that from YouTube. C Woodard 19 said, "Is there a
Yeah,
favorite piece of art, Mr. Mayhew, that you have gotten from a different artist? Somebody
yeah.
that you have sort of what would that be?"
Well, one show I was lucky enough to sit next to one of my heroes, Alex Nino, and got to know him and his family a little bit. And I'm sitting there at the con at Sunday, kind of wrapping up, and Alex brings me this piece. He goes, "Oh, this is for you." It was like signed to my brother in art. This original marker sketch. I mean, I almost was in tears. I was so touched. I would never give somebody a piece of my artwork. You can see I'm kind of a crass capitalist, but this guy was so genuine and thoughtful, and so I've had that artwork hanging up in my studio. Just what a beautiful memory. I mean, Alex Nino, in my opinion, is one of the unsung masters of comic art. I mean, that guy is just really his creativity knows no bounds.
That's pretty rad. And I love that. It's funny too, because the piece is that it is a story of a personal experience,
Right.
more than I like the way Wolverine looks.
Yeah.
And I think that is important. I think, and a lot of, I think the sketchbook people tend to lean towards that as well, and commissions as well. But the idea of having something personal from somebody that you adore does make that shift from, well, this is a cover to a comic, and therefore it is
Yeah.
worth it. And there are certainly those two aspects of art collecting,
Yeah,
that I
I
think
mean,
are
like you said
important.
with me, it's gotten really tricky to do commissions because, so I just finished this X-23 painting. I put it on my booth just recently for this event, and I posted on my Instagram. And it maybe started as an idea for a sketch cover. Things are slow, and you're like, oh, maybe I should take on some sketch covers. So I have this image. It's based on one of my most famous variants, this X-23 vampire variant, and
Mhm.
I knew it was going to be kind of a get an attention getter, and sure enough, from the pencils, people are wanting to buy the artwork, and so I produced it on 11 by 17 watercolor. You know, that could become a variant cover. That could become a print. Like I'm working a little bit with Sideshow. They're considering different Marvel and DC images I have. But if I would have put that on a sketch cover, it couldn't have been nothing but a sketch cover. You know what I'm saying? It would have had the logo on it. I would have had to digitally take it out. It would have been smaller. It wouldn't have been as refined. So,
So
in my mentality, it's like if I've got an image, if my images are so good, then why should I not exploit it to the max? You know what I'm saying?
yeah, would you? I mean, is it like? Do you find that once you have made one image that you're locked to, like, well, that was for that sketch cover, or could you say, remember when I did that X-23 on that sketch cover? I think I'm going to redo a version of that to
But see
make
that
it a
I
higher
see
end
what you're
print, or
saying, but to me, then that takes away from the guy that buys the original painting because it's a
that's what I
sketch.
was wondering.
And
That's
so
what I
you're,
was
you're
wondering.
constantly putting the value of the original at the premium,
Mhm.
you know.
That is interesting to think,
And
sort
that's
of
just
think about.
one part of my business. So I'm a painter, or I also do black and white covers that are digitally colored. And so I'm producing art. I'm an art studio, but I'm also a store. You know what I'm saying? And
Mhm.
my store might have a different mentality, or the collectible side of thing might have a different mentality. But for my art studio, that seems to be the best route. You know?
Well, it is funny too that, and this is not,
Hey,
I think this is
can
not
I
the
interrupt?
absolute. Go
Let me
ahead.
interrupt because keep on going on that train. So you were talking about the social media, blah blah blah. So if I do sketch covers and I put that on my Instagram, does that look as good as a fully painted cup? And so it's like you're constantly trying to think of ways to get more attention in social too. And to me, a fully painted, full size piece of artwork is going to perpetually be able to get you attention better than if I did a sketch cover, that I had to, maybe someone wants to give me $500 for it, which is a lot, I think, for a sketch cover. I don't know how long can I spend on that? Three,
Yeah.
4 hours before I'm like kind of losing money compared to other things I do. So it's that kind of mentality of like, you know, one person that maybe started getting me to think that way is like, Jim Steranko hasn't done a tremendous amount of artwork, but what he's done will knock your socks off. And if I Google search Jim Steranko, I'm going to be blown away at those 100 odd pieces. You know what I'm saying? There's
Mhm.
guys that maybe did 5,000 pieces that if I Google search their name, it's not as exciting. So
Yeah, that's
it's a long-term game, in my opinion.
one of the things. First off, if you are just joining us, I am Jeff May, and I am hosting this panel with Mike Mayhew, a live Q&A chat. We're so excited to have you on here. One of the things that Mike and I discussed earlier, and I know it, I've seen it in the comments a couple of times, is people asking for a live draw. Mike and I sort of discussed how you would be not necessarily valuing both things with the amount of time that we have for that. I would say the best bet is to look. Go ahead, Mike. You looked like you
Oh
were
yeah,
going to
I
say.
was just gonna say I would love to do a live drawing demonstration at some point. We talked about it earlier. The technology for these events, these live streams, has been a little inconsistent. And for instance, the last one I was on, the video was very choppy and my audio wasn't clear, and it would have been a disaster if I had taken the time to set it up. So I kind of haven't gotten there yet, but I know people want to see that and that kind of thing. And I would like to produce more content like that.
Oh, for sure. I'd say that's a
Because
different kind of panel. I think than I think what you're willing to talk about right now, from what
right,
we have been discussing, is so different than anything I've seen at a panel, because you're talking about the thing nobody wants to talk about in
maybe
comics.
yeah. I'd like that's great to hear. I mean, I do think there's value. I listen to podcasts all day from like AI guys, scientists, and authors, and I don't need to watch them write a book. You know what I'm saying? Like
Yeah.
they're interesting men and women of ideas, and maybe the things they're talking about are even just as interesting as their work.
Well,
And so I think there's some room for that in this industry and through these types of forums. On a wide range of topics. I mean, we're kind of focusing on the comic art world right now. But if we were talking about creator-owned stuff, that's a whole other can of worms that has all
yeah.
these ins and outs and anecdotes I could tell you about of people that have optioned things and pitch meetings, and you know what I'm saying. So there's a whole breadth
Yeah.
of experience and sort of storytelling that creatives have in this industry that I think this live streaming can really harness.
One of the questions that has just come up by Saitamatan. Apologize if I messed with your name. I apologize. And Mike, you might be seeing it right in front of you now. Are we able to buy any art from Mike? So let's get that in before we sort of jump, because I have a couple of other questions and points I want to get to. But Mike, let's talk about how people can access your work right now.
Okay, so it's easy. Everything is Mike Mayhew Studio. That's my website. Right now, I'm offering 20% off all original art on my website. Use the discount code COMIC Art Live 2020, all one word, at checkout, and you'll see dozens of pieces on there. Go to my Comic Art Fans gallery. It's up to date with everything on there. The for sale status is usually up to date. If it's for sale, it'll say inquire. You contact me through the site, or you can email me at mike@mikemayhewstudio.com. Where else do I have artwork right now? I'm forgetting something. Then the booth for this event, I've got some pieces. There's this Vampirella piece behind me. I've never had offered before. It was in a frame, and it was in my dad's office. He passed several years ago, and I was kind of sentimental, but it's there now as from issue number 4 I did back in the Harris days. I've got some larger pieces that I would never take to cons because I couldn't pack them in sort of my suitcase type things. And so I've got this Joe Quesada Stanley piece from their last Cup of Joe a few years ago with all the characters. And I've got a few other like double page spread, big pieces, like double page spreads that are one sheet of paper sort of thing. And they're at some pretty attractive prices.
And for those of you that are watching streaming through Facebook or YouTube, Comic Art Fans has put a link to Mike's booth in those comments. So if you want to check those out, you're more than welcome to. If you need to hurry up and rush, so you want to buy something, we won't be wounded if you step out for a couple of seconds and come back. Although we do hope that you do come back, because we've got some cool stuff coming. I'll do one more quick question from the comments before I get back into the point that I wanted to, and this is just a fun little question here. If you could be any comic character, who would it be? There it is, by Chunky Lumpo on YouTube.
Oh boy, if I could be any comic character, my go-to for any sort of question of that nature is Spider-Man, I guess. And I would want his powers. I don't know if I'd want his life.
Yeah, right.
I don't know. I don't really think about that type of stuff too much, to be honest with you.
No. Yeah, that's a fair point. Like for as great of every comic character that they do create, there is always sort of like, there has to be some kind of tragedy, or else the character is boring.
Right. I mean, I'm looking at Captain America behind me. I guess it would be cool to have his powers or something, but I
have all your friends be
strings
dead.
Attached.
Yeah. To be a man at a time and not understand really anything going on, and all the people you grew up loving are dead.
Yeah, or I don't know.
No, yeah, but that's you're right. Like, in what world would there be a flawless character? I mean, maybe Wonder Woman would be, I think, the one with the least setbacks.
I don't know how I look as Wonder Woman.
I think you'd look great. You never know. So now from there, as I shift over, because I wanted to talk back about something that you were saying, which is about how you are aware that your work is a commodity. And that you have made a strong decision to not undervalue yourself, and to be assertive in the world about that, because that is something that in entertainment you get experienced with often. I am a professional talker, and a lot of people in my world think, well, I talk, therefore I should be able to do it professionally, and how much that doesn't count. And there's a lot, you'll see stand-up comics that'll work for free forever just because they want to be seen and viewed, and never understanding the ending of that. So was there a crux point? Was there a point where you decided that you were going to be very firm about the economics of your job?
The big thing that shapes my mentality is the fact that I'm married and I have 2 kids. And we've chosen to have my wife be at home for the most part, although she does have a business. And so that, and I live in LA, and you do the math. I mean, I'm on the hook for about 10 grand a month. I got a 15-year mortgage. I'm trying to save 20% of my income every year for max out my IRA. I mean, I don't want to be coming to work to follow my passion while I'm dropping the ball in my life. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And so you got to, this is my advice to everybody. Or I think like I said, I think people that are watching, that are into comic art at this level already kind of have their shit together. but it's like you really need to know what you're worth per hour. Like if I get an email from a legitimate inquiry, I can kind of quickly within a day sort of do the math and say is that $1,000 worth my time or not. You need to be able to do that very quickly, because so many times you'll get the chance of a lifetime to do something with a character that you've always dreamed of, and you get in the middle of it and it just becomes a morass of time wasting stuff, and you get sick from it, literally. And it can be a really dangerous situation to be in. You've got to be able to choose your opportunities very wisely.
It is one of those things where I have seen people complain when they believe art is priced in a way that they don't. Original art is priced in a way that they're like, well, I don't agree with that price. And yet you can ask the person immediately, what do you do for a living? And they might be an electrician or a plumber or a car salesman or anything. And you'd say, okay, do you want sub minimum wage for the work that you do? Or would you want to get paid for your job? And that's the thing that I think people sometimes forget. And probably not in this specific chat, because these are people that are connoisseurs and patrons of the arts. So I think they get it a little bit more. But in a general aspect, the people that would undervalue your work because it's not the work they do. And that is something I think that is important.
That's one thing that I feel a high degree of confidence in, is I know how to price things in general. I feel like I know how to price the variant covers on the Shopify store. I feel like I know how to price my prelims and originals. They move as fast as I want them to move. You know what I mean? If I'm holding on, I don't mind holding on to things for years because they will sell. And I'm not just talking about originals. I'm talking about like the first variant covers that I was able to arrange to get a hold of, where I had 500 copies of them. I'm like, how am I ever going to get rid of these? This must have been a bad deal. 3-4 years later, at $20 to $30 a pop, I got one copy left. You know what I'm saying? And so, that all comes with experience. There's a big benefit to spending decades at something, that's your occupation, and getting really competent at it. There's all these side benefits to it. You know how much your time is worth. You know how much to price your products. And that's all based on decades of being at shows, telling someone a price, seeing their face, registering how they actually feel about it, getting, thousands of emails over years, and shooting off prices and instantly getting purchases back or not, and being able to register that. The data and feedback you get from all those interactions is what shapes those things, like the numbers, like the prices.
I would say that's also, there's a uniqueness in the fact that you are a mentally organized artist, which is such a rare thing in art, because it tends to often be a very scatterbrained and a very sort of non-technical group that might use technical things, but it's like the being good at math without being good at language. There are certain aspects of the brain, and I feel like you are either lucky or trained enough to know how to find a good synthesis of those two things. And I think you benefit from that, which is great.
I would be willing to bet that in every single field, whether it's sports, film, TV, whatever, the guys at the top of the game are the guys that know business better than anybody. I mean, look at in our field, Alex Ross. You don't think that he understands business as well as art? You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, he's got a huge display at conventions, gallery displays.
But just in general, he knows the hustle, or he and Sal teamed up. They know how to get the rights to the Universal Monsters thing for this and plan it out a year ahead. You know what I'm saying? If there's strategies, there's sort of things interconnected. There are things that build upon and play upon each other. It's not like they're waking up and, it's not like they're waking up and saying, should I do a sketch cover today? Should I draw Wolverine? I don't know. let's put on a movie and see how I feel. You know what I mean? That's probably not going to work out in the long run.
Yeah. I have a question from Booming Music Scene on YouTube, and he says, Mike, do you have a favorite character to draw? And they notice that you do a lot of Mystique, Venom, and MJ. Is that because you have to be doing those, or is that because you like them? Like, I
genuinely love Spider-Man. I mean, I've read the Romita comics to my kids, and you know, I just have a very deep affection for Spider-Man and Venom. You know, anything Spider-Man. You know, as a pinup artist, it's always a pleasure to draw the female characters. I just love those characters and that sort of imagery. So I would put that way up there. And then the X-Men are another big, you know, when I was 16 or probably about 14, 15, 16 is when I really started getting serious with comics back in around 85 when Claremont was just at the top of his game. And, you know, Bill Sienkiewicz, New Mutants, John Romita Jr., Paul Smith, John Byrne. I mean,
Art Adams.
Stuff, I just get so, you know, I'm so passionate about it. And I'm very happy to be doing a lot of X-Men stuff right now. You'll see the X-23 art I just finished, the Mystique. I'm doing a little Emma thing that I was hoping to get done before this. And then it looks like I'm going to be doing a Gambit thing, but I'll let you guys know, but that'll be more of a published thing. So I couldn't be more excited for where X-Men is right now with Hickman and Marvel and the potential of them in the Marvel Cinematic Universe. And again, you know, I'm very lucky. The things I love happen to make a lot of money. So
that's the key right there.
I love Spider-Man. I really do. But guess what sells in the original artwork? Spider-Man and Batman. After that, everything is, you know, worthless practically. You know, so it's like, and you know, X-Men are kind of up there, but and then
what about Iron Man?
In my head, I'm sort of like, and this sort of ties into the variant market. You know, the spec play is, well, the X-Men are going to end up in the Marvel Universe. What costumes are they going to use? What characters are they going to use? What looks? If you nail that, maybe, you know, the artwork will be worth more. You know, that's a lot of what plays in my head when I'm creating those pieces.
That is interesting too. And one of the things that shouldn't be ignored is that you are a fan. I mean, people, you know, you're a professional, you're in comics, but beyond that, you're a fan of comics, which a lot of people have sort of
I was
in the industry kind of pulled away.
I was in comics when it was probably one of the absolute worst times to be in comics in the late 90s. I started in 93 thinking I was going to be the next Todd McFarlane. And a few years later, the rug got pulled out of the whole industry. And I was living in Manhattan. And I just told myself, I'm never going to give up comic art. I feel like if I'm this passionate about it and some of the other people I see are this passionate about it, I remember Comic Artist Magazine was a big driver in that mentality. You know, stick with it, it'll pay off. And little did I know in the early 2000s what would happen as a result of these movies. And, you know, I'm very fortunate.
Yeah, I would think so. I think with we can talk about it. There's an interesting, I have theoretical threads about how Blade realistically is one of the most important movies of the last 25 years.
I remember that.
Yeah, because it sort of did that chain in there. And I think Marvel, when it sort of, you know, reevaluated and put Joe and Axel Alonso, and they were doing these big things and making the shifts. And I did see that rebound, and it's you sticking with it was possibly the best investment you've ever made.
Oh, yeah. I mean,
you know,
and I am very fortunate. I guess you don't want to discount luck, but there is something to be also said for sticking with something and trying to be very competent at something. You don't hear that a lot nowadays. You know what I mean? People kind of want a job and they want security and they want, you know, but, yeah, it's like there's a lot of value in being very competent at just one particular thing. Not many people are competent at
yeah.
That's maybe a bad way to put it, but
no, you're not wrong. You're allowed to say that.
Yeah,
like
it's good to specialize, and it's good to sort of follow your specific passion, because the uniqueness of it, it has value.
And I would like to add to maintain passion. And actually, there's a funny. I was scared to ask that question to sort of pull it over towards you, because I have been in a situation at a convention where an artist was creating art for some kids, and I had said, "Hey, are there any characters you really enjoy drawing? What do you prefer to do? What's fun for you?" And he's like, "Do you want honesty, or do you want me to lie?" And I was like,
Yeah.
"Honesty." And then he was like, "I don't like drawing that much anymore. It's just a job for me, and it's not fun." And I said,
Right.
I should have said lying. I should have said I wanted you to lie. Why would there's kids right here that you're doing this for? So I'm really glad that you sort of come at it voraciously.
I don't want to psychoanalyze it too much, but maybe that guy, when I'm at a show, I'm invigorated, man. I can't wait to get to the show early, because I know within an hour I'm going to have a pocket full of money. You know what I'm saying? And people are going to tell me great things, and it's just a blast, dude. And it gives you a lot of energy. Are we coming up against the end of the hour here?
I was going to give you your 5-minute warning.
Okay.
All right.
You got a 5-minute warning. Thanks, Bill.
Thanks.
God bless comic art fans, and I couldn't be more excited for this event. I really have high hopes for the rest of the weekend.
Thanks, and trust me, it's my honor to have you guys be the first ones doing a panel for us. You've given us a great place to start from. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Bill. We appreciate that. Mike, I'll text you the name of who that artist was, because you'll be like, "Oh yeah, that makes sense." Afterwards. Now it looks to me like we have to start winding down. We got the 5-minute light, and so what I want to do is I want to just kind of hit up what we can look for you. First off, because we have a lot to talk about. We could have done a 4-hour panel. But if I want to get prints from you, if I want to get, and you said you had a code for convention goers in your store. Say that again.
Okay, so my website is MikeMayhewStudio.com, and it's a Shopify store. It's an e-commerce platform. You'll see the products in the different categories. Any original artwork this weekend until Sunday at midnight, it's 20% off using the discount code ComicArtLive2020, all one word. And go up there, shop around if you want. Prints, I don't really do the prints too much. DC's very generous in letting me do some prints that I can sell at shows, but I'm kind of not really wanting to do that online. I don't think they'd like that. And my comic art fans gallery has all sorts of artwork, interior page. Every interior page and cover I've done in the last 15 years is up there. And if it's available, you can contact me directly. I ship artwork packed in Masonite hardboard, so it's really secure. You'll get shipping tracking numbers and that kind of thing. And then if you're interested in like variant covers and that kind of thing, it's on my website, www.MikeMayhewStudio.com. And hit me up, via any of these platforms. If anyone has any questions, I'll be lingering around, sort of doing a little customer service interaction with people. People have questions about anything.
And on social media, you are at Mike Mayhew Studio. So let's make sure for people to check those
Facebook
out.
Facebook page. That's my Instagram. I'm on Twitter, but it's a little bit different. But yeah, Instagram and Facebook at Mike Mayhew Studio, and you can message me directly. I might be making some, I sometimes post some claim things. I did one yesterday with some CGC slabs. That seems to work really well.
Yeah, those are great. You're a fun follow on Instagram. It's definitely.
It's hard because I'm so busy, and I know we're running out of time. But I'll be like, I got to do a video. I want to be consistent, and I'll throw that up in 5 minutes. And one take. I'm opening the box or whatever, and it's like, I'd rather just put more out there and see what doesn't work, and kind of polish it rather than wait until everything's just right. So I don't know. We'll see. I do feel like I'm making a little bit of a fool of myself, but I'm having fun.
Awesome. I love that. On my end, I have several podcasts that might be up your alley. I have, of course, Sideshow with Jeff May through Sideshow Collectibles. If you like that, the Mike Mayhew episode's great. We have a lot of really fantastic ones on there. You can also check out Tom and Jeff Watch Batman with me and Tom Ryman watch Batman stuff, and then we talk about it. Surprise. That's a pretty creative name. And then You Don't Even Like Sports on Unpopular Opinion Network, the sports podcast for people that don't like sports. You can find me on social media at Hey There Jeffro. Mike, you are the best. We are officially running the light. We're 12 seconds over. Mike, thank you so much, everybody. Don't forget to check out.
Thank you for joining me in my studio, guys. Follow me for more content. It's coming up. It's popping up all the time.
Definitely check him out on social media. I'm Jeff. That's Mike. Bill, we're going to throw it back to you. And thank you all so much for joining us.
Hey, this is Anthony Snyder coming at you, and I'm buying, selling, and trading comic books, comic book art, and collectibles. So I'm buying any kind of collections, and I buy the whole thing. I don't cherry pick. Come and see me at my warehouse in Moonachie or my store in Leonia, New Jersey. So give me a call, let me know what you have to sell, and I'll be happy to help you. Keep calm and keep collecting. I'm Anthony Snyder.
Most of the comic creators that were working piecemeal. They were working without any sort of retirement plan.
They interceded. It enabled me to get a home.
They appeared on the horizon to help me.
I think it's just great that they're even doing something like this.
Hi, I'm Stan Lee, and I support the Hero Initiative because everyone deserves a golden age.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to Comic Art Live. My name is Mark Walters of BigFanboy.com. This guy over here is Mark Hay with Splash Page Art, and we are here to present to you the next panel featuring Brian Thies. Thank you so much for being here today. We're very excited to have all. There's Brian right there. Hey, Brian, how's it going? Brian, for those of you that are unfamiliar, he is known for his work on the new Dark Horse book, Predator Hunters, #3. I guess that's the third series, Predator Hunters 3. He's also known for work on Star Wars Legacy. Brian, welcome to the show. So great to have you here today. Brian, can you hear us? Oh, you might be having an audio issue. Hang on a second. I think he's muted. Yeah, you have to unmute yourself. There he goes. Hey, Brian, how's it going?
Good. How are you?
Good. Welcome to the show. And as I mentioned, Mark over here from Slash Page Art, if at any point in time you would like to check out some of Brian's original artwork, you can check with this man right here. He will hook you up. Brian, thanks for being here today. Let's kind of get right into it. I want to talk to you about, how you got involved in comics, and I also I'm trying to figure out what was the first time I saw your name. I think it was Winter Soldier. Would that have been like your first professional work?
That was my first big work. Hang on, I gotta take out my earbuds.
No worries. Hey, listen, this is a learning process for all of us, so we're all doing good. By the way, hello everybody in the chat. Thanks for being here today. I hope you guys are doing good. If you guys have any questions.
Okay, I'm back.
Okay, Brian, can you turn down your speakers?
Working through the bugs, but we'll be there.
No worries. It's a learning process for all of us, so don't worry about it. We're all good. Again, hello to everybody in the chat. If you guys have any questions, feel free to post a comment. We will get your questions here on the air. So, yes, we were talking about your first professional work was Winter Soldier, yes?
Correct.
Okay, cool. And that was that kind of transitioned into your first penciling job, which becomes Secret Avengers, right?
In correlation with, I was doing Star Wars Legacy, and then I did Secret Avengers at the same time. Am I still echoing?
A little bit, yeah. We're getting a little bit of an echo from you.
Let me hang on.
Sure.
So Brian was actually inking over Michael Lark on Winter Soldier, and that's how I met Brian, is through Stefano Gaudiano, who is, one of my artists who also I met through Michael Lark. So there's a big kind of a friend network.
So, Mark, what you're saying is Michael Lark is the Kevin Bacon of the comic book world. Is that what you're saying?
Right.
Okay.
He's one of my Kevin Bacons.
Can I? Okay.
Yeah, you're good.
You're good now, Brian. We're hearing
good
you
now?
loud and clear.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't think there's any echo, so I think we're good. Well, I was just going to say, those books, what a great kind of initiation into the world of comics to be able to work on books like that are, very iconic characters and something as big as Star Wars. Were you nervous about that at all?
Yeah, I got the Star Wars job, and I think I threw up the first morning after I got the job, and then I was fine.
When you're doing something like Star Wars, I've heard a lot of stories about this. A lot of that stuff does sometimes have to go through approval, whether through Lucasfilm or the licensee. Does that make the process a little more difficult? Do you have to kind of adhere to certain guidelines when you're working on artwork for something like that?
Yeah, my editor he set me up with all the books and everything to make sure that I was good. And sorry, I still have an echo on my side. I'm hearing myself.
Yeah, we're not hearing it.
Yeah, we're not getting an echo from you. Is it bad?
Yeah, I can't even talk. It's like, so I have the mic hooked up to the Allred feed and not what you're seeing me.
Okay, yeah. So when we tested it, you had the second feed live, and now you only have one feed. So.
Okay, let me just turn off this and then.
Yeah. Right. And now you frozen.
It like I said, this has been a learning process for a lot of us. So we still have a few bugs to work out, but I think all things considered, I think this is going really well. Okay. I think everybody's having a good time. Okay, how does it sound to you now, Brian? Can Brian hear? Does Brian hear us?
So let me hit him here.
I'm good now.
Okay.
Perfect.
Okay, good. Can you hear us?
So I can hear you fine. Can you hear me?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. All right. So yeah, no, I was nervous. My editor, Randy, gave me Randy Stradley. He was in charge of Star Wars at that time at Dark Horse, and he set me up with everything I needed, and it made the process pretty smooth. So, sorry, I'm right next to a fire station.
That's fine. It makes it real, doesn't it?
It does. But yeah, no, I was nervous. The first issue was it was a trial, but after I got through the first couple, then it started to feel a bit more natural. I got my sea legs.
And Brian's actually in a studio with Stefano Gaudiano and Tony Akins. So were you in that studio at that time when you first broke in?
Yeah, so actually the very first job I had was on Amazing Spider-Man, and I was helping Stefano out with inks on that, and then they were in a bind, and I had an opportunity to pencil a few pages that Stefano ended up inking. This is back when Michael Lark was doing it on the Grim Hunt, and
Yep.
So that was like my first introduction. So I was super excited that my first introduction into comics was on Amazing Spider-Man, and then from there got into Winter Soldier, and then to Star Wars, and then Secret Avengers around the same time.
So were you able to kind of use them as a resource since they had both been in the industry for a while prior to you?
Yeah, Stefano was great. Stefano is like a wizard when it comes to kind of helping young people along in their careers. And it's just inspiring to be around him and watching him work. So I think I was very fortunate to have him as a mentor breaking into comics. It definitely kind of helped ease the nerves.
Now, when you go from working on something like, say, Star Wars to something like Predator, which also is a very well-known licensed property, are the restrictions kind of the same in terms of having to get approval, or is it a little more freedom there?
No, it's the same. So it's interesting now because Predator is now owned by Disney as well.
I know, it's great, isn't it?
Every project I've worked on is owned by Disney. So when I did the covers, especially, they went through, I had to go to Disney for approvals, and then Star Wars stuff, same thing, but that was more interiors with that had to go to for approvals as well. So it hasn't been too bad. Like I've had like a couple revisions here and there, but it really hasn't been bad at all.
I'm waiting for that Predator Mickey Mouse crossover. You know it's coming, right?
It's coming. The #1 bestseller all time.
Yeah,
they've done art already, right? So why not?
Yeah.
Yeah, I it is interesting because because Disney owns so much of that stuff now, there is kind of this curiosity of, okay, well, where is that going to go? Like, are we going to see more Predator movies? Are we going to see Aliens movies? Another Die Hard movie? I mean, now that they own Fox, it's like they own all these different properties. It's right. The future seems very, it's questionable, I guess you could say, but I think they know what they're doing. I think they, if anything, I think we'll see the return of something like Touchstone, where it'll be like an adult themed studio and whatnot. I also wanted to ask you about, you did a little work on the new Valiant titles, the new Harbinger and things like that. I was a big fan of Valiant going back into the 90s. What was did you have a real strong familiarity with those characters, or was that kind of new to you at the time?
I had a vague, I remember Valiant. So when I first started collecting comics, it was in the late 80s, early 90s, and I was like 10 or 11. So I remember Bloodshot and Harbinger and some of the other Valiant titles. I didn't really read a whole lot of them, but I remember seeing them. But I was excited when Warren and Dinesh brought it back, and I got more into it, especially when I started working on the titles. So yeah, not as familiar to begin with, but became more familiar as the projects went on.
And their process when they're working with you, I would assume that they give you access to like their entire library, so you could kind of go back and see where things have been and where they are now, and kind of the process of that evolution of those characters, right?
Yeah, with the projects I was working, I think some of because I was mostly just an inker with Valiant, and when I know that some of the pencilers did, they definitely had access to all the vaults. When I've worked on Predator, I've had access to everything to do research and stuff. So, and Star Wars as well. But I know that the pencilers in Valiant, some of them were given a chance to totally reinvent the characters, and others were a little bit more stringent to what the classics already were. So.
Now, being here on Comic Art Fans for Comic Art Live, we obviously have a lot of people here who are very passionate about collecting original art. Do you yourself collect original art? Is that something that you like to do?
I just started a couple years ago at San Diego. I picked up my first Olivier Coppel. I'm not exactly sure how to say his name. But I picked up one of his pages. I had a good convention, so I had a little extra money and picked up one of his pages, and I have it framed and hanging in my home. So that's I'll be a little, because I don't have a whole lot of money to spend on art right now, but it will be something that I do participate in with the years going on.
And I know we probably have some people. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Mark.
I was just going to ask Brian if he's taken advantage of the artist for artist trade, as far as obviously me repping a lot of artists. I know often one artist will trade their art to another artist that they either are friends with or are a fan of. And so obviously a benefit, so that if it is a little dry money-wise, you can still take your art, turn it into somebody else's art.
I should say the first thing that I had done. So Simon Bisley was at a Seattle Con a couple years back, and him and I got to be talking in the bar, and then he stopped by my table, and I convinced him to do a sketch trade. So he did a Batman, and I did he did a Batman for me, and I did a Deadpool for him. And that was pretty awesome. Just getting a chance to actually speak with him. And towards the end of the convention, I had a Darth Vader commission, and I was just pulling out, Bristol board out of my box to draw on, and I picked one up and started drawing on it, and had this full Darth Vader sketch that I was ready to sell, and I turned it over. It was on the back of the Bisley. So I had to redo the Darth Vader commission on another piece of paper. So I have a Bisley with my Darth Vader on the other side of it.
Very, very cool. And also, what for those people that are in the audience that are listening, that are artists themselves, what are some of the tools that you use and when you approach working on a page, whether it's with penciling or inking, what are the tools that for you are like the tools to use?
For penciling, I actually use like a number 2. Just a traditional pencil. Let's see if something like this, just a regular old pencil. And then for inking, I primarily use an ink brush, like the Pentel, the Japanese brush pens. And I'll use a number of those. I'll use a number of technical pens as well. It really depends on what I'm inking at the time. I think earlier on I used more brush pens than I do now, but I still use them quite a bit. I like to get a dry brush effect. And the tools, the pen is just a tool. It depends what effect you want to go for. So if you want something a little bit cleaner, then you're going to go with a little bit wetter ink and on a brush. And I don't know, I just say experiment, figure out what works for you.
Yeah, I know a lot of different artists prefer different techniques especially when it comes to inking. Certain people insist on pens, certain people insist on brush. Do you kind of find that it's more about whatever fits the particular moment on the page?
The moment, the character, the project. I think I still like to do as much as I can with one brush. It helps speed up the process, and I think it gives a little bit more cohesive look. It's just a little bit more organic feeling to me, and I like that.
Very, very cool. We do have a question from our commenters. RS88 would like to know, how does Brian feel about digital art versus traditional art?
I think digital art's fine. I think there's a lot of things you can do with digital art that you can't do with traditional. Like, you can really zoom in and get lost in a panel and go crazy with it. Again, it's just another tool. It's, I think some digital art looks a little stiff, but I think some traditional art looks a little stiff. It just depends on how the artist uses it.
I know that among collectors, there's obviously some stress that comes with that, because certain artists are now going more towards the digital route, and it takes away the ability to have an original page of art. Right. So it seems like at some point you would have to ask yourself as an artist, do you want to deny yourself the ability to have that original page? But I guess it all ultimately depends on what you're comfortable in working in.
Right. For myself, I think, I'm thinking about moving to doing digital pencils and just printing, blue lining that out and then inking it. So I do have original art to sell, because when it comes to inking, I still like getting my hands messy and feeling the more organic aspect of that. But for doing layouts and penciling and stuff like that, my pencils are all pretty loose anyway, so it's not going to make much of a difference.
Your art dealer appreciates you liking to get messy and drawing as well.
Yeah, I was gonna say the number one person that doesn't like digital art are the art dealers, but there you go. Mark was mentioning earlier about you working in a studio and having that studio environment, which is something that used to be very commonplace, but I think kind of in more recent years, a lot of people would just work from home. Do you feel like working in the studio environment kind of lends itself a little bit to more collaborative creativity, or do you feel like it helps enhance your work?
I think both. Like, it's sometimes I definitely like to work alone, but I think I actually thrive on communicating with other artists, and I can, if I'm unsure of something or if I'm trying something new, I can pass it across the table and be like, hey, what do you think about this? Or like, hey, do you think this is a cool lighting for this shot, or should I do something different? So I think from that sense, it really depends on the artist, but for me, I really like it. I'm really glad that, Stefano and I started the studio probably about 8 years ago, and have been doing it ever since. And I've had different people come, like Tony Akins has been in here, and got a couple of younger guys in here right now. And they bring a nice energy, a nice freshness to us guys that have been doing a little bit longer. So it's a really nice environment. It's kind of like, like you go to cons and you get a chance to interact with fans. It's like you get that energy, and that definitely, like, getting that kind of interaction is positive. And for me, I like it.
Who are some of your big influences as far as artists from the past, or maybe even current artists that are working today? Who are some of the people that influence you most?
Oh, man. I think growing up, I was really drawn to Bill Sienkiewicz, and that was one artist that I think, tried to emulate a little bit early on in my career to a certain degree. Lately, it's been more Japanese artists. I've been reading a lot more manga. I've just, the storytelling and just what they can do with black and white and screen tones and all that just is a real interest to me. It's something you don't really get a chance to see in American comics, and I don't know. There's so much great stuff out there. American wise, it's I think early on it was I'm trying to think. I'm gonna have to pass right now. I'm drawing blanks. I just wanted to take my computer and show you my shelf and just let you gauge from there.
Well, obviously,
go ahead, Mark.
I know, as you mentioned, you bought an Olivier Coipel piece. So obviously, he is an influence. I know that you have talked to me about him, before I show.
Yeah, Olivier. I like Pepe Larraz is somebody else that I really enjoy his work right now. He brings a lot of energy. There's a guy who's working on, and I've met him. I've talked to him. He's a great artist. He's from Spain. He's doing, I think he's doing Amazing Spider-Man right now. He brings a real, I want to say his name, but I know I'm going to really mess it up. But he's done Venom, and I think he's working on Amazing Spider-Man, but he brings a kind of a manga feel to his work as well. Do you mind if I try to pull it up real quick?
No, by all means, go right ahead. We can educate the audience. and while we're doing that, I love that you mentioned Japanese manga and things like that, because it seems like a lot of that has become more commonplace now. It's more accepted among people that are in the comic book collecting community, or just people into pop culture. Whereas like back when I was in high school, it was almost kind of taboo. Like if you were into manga or anime, you didn't talk about it. It was kind of like, it was almost like this little secret that you wanted to keep to yourself and not tell anybody else. Whereas now, like, little girls are going to school with manga on their backpacks. So it's much, much more commonplace. And I think that's great, because I think it has by nature kind of influenced the artistic community as well.
Yeah. No, it's The range of storytelling you get in manga is just, it's phenomenal. I mean, you get a chance to actually pause and have quiet moments that American Comics just doesn't allow because of formatting, but it's great.
Evil Mike is guessing. Are you talking about Humberto Ramos? I'm guessing.
Humberto Ramos is great.
I'm guessing it's not that. Yeah.
Sorry, this is his. I don't know if you can see his.
I tell you what. Let me put you full screen here if I can. What do we got there? There we go. It looks like Iban Coelho Soria. Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
So I really am enjoying his work. He brings up really nice energy to the page.
Very, very cool. Sorry about that, Mark. I wasn't meaning to feature you. I was more meaning to feature Brian. We're still learning the back end of this this thing here. Okay, how do I get back to where we were? What did I do?
It looks normal on my side.
There we go. Okay, great. There, it's back. Perfect. But yeah, I think that's one of the things that's been so great about because when I got into comics in the 1990s, and you would fall in love with these artists, and basically what you had to do was go to a comic store and say, do you have work by this artist? Whereas now with social media, you can find their Instagram, you can find their Facebook page, you can find all these different ways to follow your favorite artist and discover newer artists that you'd never heard of before. And Instagram is really great for that. I mean, just such a great resource.
Right. No, it's phenomenal. Sometimes I think it takes over a little bit too much. People can get a little bit preoccupied with it, but it is a great resource.
Very, very cool. What are you working on right now, Brian?
Right, like what's on my table or like project-wise?
Anything. Yeah, just what's currently
right now,
keeping you occupied.
So with the whole COVID thing, I was working on the 3rd issue of the Predator series, and it really just like everything got basically shelved for a while, and then I recently just got it's like, oh, we're back up and going. We need everything now. So I'm working on finishing up the very last issue of Predators, Hunters, and on my desk, I was messing around. I've been wanting to do a Spawn piece for a while, so I'm actually in the process of inking that, so you can kind of see the process of what it's looking like. So when I'm done with this, it'll be up on Mark's site.
Oh, wow, that's terrific. Oh, my gosh. Fantastic. Wow, look at that. Spawn is one of those characters that it seems like a lot of people, there's been kind of a great comeback for the character. I know because of the 300th issue, like a lot of people got really excited, but I think you're now seeing a lot of artists are getting requests to do Spawn, which is terrific. It's always been this fun character, but it seemed like it kind of like got quiet there for a while, and now it's making this really great resurgence, which I'm very happy about because it was always one of my favorite characters.
Yeah, when I was like, I think it was 11 or 12 when it first came out, and I was just like, I remember everyone was after it, and I really enjoyed it. So I've never really drawn it. And I was like, why haven't I drawn Spawn before? So that'd be fun to do.
How do you feel? I mean, this is kind of a loaded question, and I'm sure we could probably talk for an hour just about this. But like with the advent of COVID-19 and what it has done and kind of affected the comic book industry, do you feel like this is a really super negative thing, or do you feel like this could be a great learning experience for us moving forward and how to kind of cope with these types of things should they happen again?
I think it is hopefully a great learning experience. I mean, not only in comics, but just for everybody. I know it's made me pause and think about what kind of projects I want to focus on moving forward in my career. I don't know what's going to happen with comics. I don't know how many shops are really going to be able to survive what's been going on. Hopefully they do. It's, what's going to happen to our singles going to survive, or are we going to go to more of a collected format? There's just a lot of uncertainty right now. I think a lot of people are on edge, and I'm kind of waiting to see what's going to happen as well. I could see something with like digital floppies going to printed collections. Who knows what's going to happen, but hopefully we all take some time and think about the stories we do want to tell, because I feel like things were getting a little, people were tripping over, their own feet. And I feel like some of the stories were going stagnant. I don't know. I'd like to see a renaissance of the medium. I feel like there's a lot of untapped potential that hasn't been, I'll say investigated, but thought out through comics. And I think there are a lot of great things can still happen. So I hope it survives.
Well, and that leads me into my next question, which is, how do you feel about creator-owned properties? Because it seems like we are starting to see kind of a little bit of a return to that with people, almost kind of like the early 1980s when you saw a lot of these independent comics popping up and original ideas. Do you think that that could potentially be like the next big wave for the comic book industry?
I really hope so. I love all of the classic characters, but anytime you've got giant corporations making decisions and everything, things are going to get stagnant. So I do hope that, I'm planning my own creator-owned projects. It's just, the thing is money. It's finding the money to do it, because there's not a lot of comic book artists in general don't make a lot of money. And, we depend on an advance to kind of get a project going. Crowdfunding is always there, but that's something that gets really exploited. And, people get burned out on it. So if there's a way to do it that, the artist can be funded and have something happen, then yeah. But I think regardless, people should find a way to do it. I think that is the key to, things surviving.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it may very well be the future for a lot of people. And you're right about crowdfunding. It can be a great resource for backing a book, but if people don't follow through on it, it can also be a very negative thing. So,
Well, right. And then everyone's for other people that can follow through or have good intentions. So.
Absolutely. Well, Brian, I think we're just about to wrap things up here. Is there anything that you want to leave us with? Any kind of like an online presence that we can find you at, other than, of course, splashpageart.com?
Splashpage Art is a great place, but also my Instagram, Brian_Thies_art. That's probably my most active social media. I just tend to focus on art there, and I don't really touch my Facebook, and my Twitter is pretty much on the non-existent. So yeah, find me on Instagram. I also have briantees.com, and that has links to all my social media, current work, convention scenes, and also links to Splash Page. So
very, very good. And I am posting right now in the chat the link to Brian's Instagram. So if you guys would like to check out more of his artwork, if you could follow that link, it will take you there. You can also find his original artwork available on splashpageart.com. Brian, thank you so much for joining us today. It's been a real pleasure talking to you, and we're going to follow what you got coming out in the future, my man.
All right. Thank you.
Thanks so much. All right. Folks, stay tuned. We've got more to come here at Comic Art Live, and we will be right back, ladies and gentlemen.
Hey, this is Anthony Snyder coming at you, and I'm buying, selling, and trading comic books, comic book art, and collectibles. So I'm buying any kind of collections, and I buy the whole thing. I don't cherry pick. Come and see me at my warehouse in Moonachie or my store in Leonia, New Jersey. So give me a call, let me know what you have to sell, and I'll be happy to help you. Keep calm and keep collecting. I'm Anthony Snyder.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back. Welcome back to Comic Art Live. My name is Mark Walters of BigFanboy.com and DallasComicShow.com. Thank you for joining us on Comic Art Live today. We've got a lot still to come for you guys. If anybody wants any more information, if you're just now tuning into this, go to comicartfans.com and click on the Comic Art Live banner for more information. And at any point in time when we are doing these panels, if you guys have questions, post it in the comments, and we will do our best to get your questions on the air. So we're just about to bring on Charlie and Stefano. So if you guys will bear with us just one more second, I know that we're just about ready. Let me just see. There we go. Okay, there he is, Charlie Adlard. It's Stefano. Hey, what's up, guys? How you doing? We got you.
Good one.
Very good to have you here. And there is Mark Hay, of course, with Splash Page Art. If you guys at any point are interested in picking up some artwork for either one of these fine gentlemen, you can do so by talking to this man right here. Charlie and Stefano, thank you so much for being here on Comic Art Live. It's great to have you guys back together, especially coming off of this. This was such a great way to kind of wrap up the series and everything. And I know for you guys, it was probably a little bit bittersweet, you know, not being able to work on it anymore. But, I mean, what a way to wrap things up. It was just so much fun, wasn't it?
Bittersweet. It was brilliant. 16 years. It's like,
job well done. Job well done for both of you. I want to talk about when you guys first started working together and how that collaboration came about. Was there any nervousness at all, or did it just click immediately? What was that? Walk me through that process.
Well, if I can speak on Stefano, he's that side. No, that side. Oh.
I know. A mirror effect.
If I can speak on Stefano's behalf, the reason we decided to get an inker after, I think it was about, I don't know how many years I'd already been, sort of self-inking the book, but was at the beginning was a matter of speed. We went bi-monthly for a period of I can't remember when it was now, what year it was, but it was when we were introducing Negan. No, it wasn't. It wasn't when we were introducing Negan at all. See, I'm 53. My mind's going. Thank you. All out war. And I said, I'm fast, but I'm not that fast. I can't pencil and ink, 44 pages and 2 covers a month. So we made the decision to get an inker. And to be honest, we looked through quite a few, and we almost went with somebody else who, in the end, couldn't do it. So, and then I suddenly started thinking that I really admired Stefano's work over Michael Lark on Daredevil, and I thought, oh, he'd be a good fit. And Robert got in touch with Stefano, and I think you did a tryout page, didn't you, that I'd penciled ages ago. And I got it back and thought, absolutely, that's it, perfect, we're off. And then, well, we just carried on afterwards. It seemed quite an easy option to keep working together after the initial 12 issues we did. Yeah, it was a I don't know, a truck we couldn't get off afterwards.
Until the very end.
Sorry, you were with me on the final one.
Yeah, that's an interesting story too. Just obviously you saw the end coming. I knew that something was happening, but I didn't know what. I just knew that my ride was over, and it went on a lot longer than I expected, because originally Robert and Charlie had asked me to just help during the All Out War series because of the close to bi-weekly production. And I thought, okay, it's going to be great. 12 issues on The Walking Dead. I love it. I've been reading the book. It just seemed like a fantastic opportunity. I'm glad that, other people didn't work out and that I was on the radar, but worked out great for me. And then, like Charlie said, it organically, it just ended up, it worked out, I think, for me to stay on. It gave Charlie an opportunity to work on something different alongside The Walking Dead. And for me, what a fantastic experience. Even just doing the 12 issues would have been great, but I love the fact that I got to stay on the book for years, basically. It's like almost about a third of a run, I was involved in somehow. And it was such an amazing project that, I'm just really fortunate to be involved with it.
Did it surprise you guys at all how passionate the fan base was? I mean, not just like people that were coming in from the TV show. I mean, there was a lot of people that never even read comics before that fell in love with the TV show and then took on the comic book and became very passionate about that. I mean, I would see people posting on social media about events that were taking place in the comic book, and they were talking about it like it was real people and how, you know, passionate they were about these characters. Was that a shock to either one of you guys when you were working on this?
Well, it's always when you're doing something creator owned and it's just basically associated with just two of you, i.e. me and Robert. It always seems to be a bit of a risk to change anything, you know, because we all know how passionate fans are about, you know, keeping the, should we say, you know, the dream team or whatever. You know, and I had a similar experience with, you know, after issue 6 of The Walking Dead when Tony Moore left. You know, I was thinking, oh God, is it going to be, yeah, is this going to spell the death knell of the book as I've just begun? Because, you know, it's a book that, it's not like Spider-Man or Batman or whatever, which is, yeah, there's, you know, literally hundreds of artists have drawn it, hundreds of different views. So everyone is used to change. You know, it's the character. As long as the character stays that character, that's fine. But yeah, with something like this, you know, it's only associated with a certain look, a certain feel, and everything. So to suddenly get an inker, it was, oh God, are people going to like this? You know, but yeah, thankfully the fans embraced it all, and yeah,
I think
better thing.
Stylistically things worked out. Charlie, in terms of what Charlie was talking about, the stylistic changes. When I came on board, Charlie started working penciling at a different size, a larger size than he had been. And I was blown away because I thought, you know, well, I've been brought on to save Charlie time, but he's putting so much more work into the pencils than I know that he was putting into the book for when he was inking himself. But actually, I contacted you at some point and said, how much time am I really saving you here? Because you're putting so much effort into the pencils. The pencils were incredibly well defined. Anybody that goes on splash page art and looks through the pencil inks comparison, it's a little embarrassing for me because it's just like the pencils, all you need to do is adjust the contrast and it's a finished work, right? So what I thought was interesting is the stylistic change when I was brought on was really driven by Charlie. It's not so much that I brought in a different aesthetic. Charlie himself, correct me if I'm wrong, but changed his approach to drawing and went into putting more background detail. You know, I think drawing at a bigger size and not having the pressure of knowing that you were going to have to ink everything seemed to have put you in a mindset where you were just putting a little something extra in the pencils, just in terms of detail. And I think that what got taken away a little bit from me inking was the just like raw expressive power of Charlie's art finishing himself. My preference is always to have an artist, you know, ideally doing the whole job, because there's a single vision at work that, you know, when it's a Greek vision, it's more powerful than having it be diluted. Overall, I mean, there's exceptions, but I feel like the energy that might have been lost from Charlie passing, you know, the baton to someone else to ink was regained by what Charlie put into the pencils, and fans seem to respond to that quite well. Now, Mark, you were asking about, you know, I think you'd asked earlier about how it was to see fan reactions, right? And I was a fan before I was called on, so I think it might have been a little different for me than for Charlie, because for me, it wasn't, I felt passionate about the characters. I just, you know, like was you know, devouring the trades. And I'd seen, I think at that point, maybe the first season of the television series. And so I was not surprised at all by the fan involvement, investment in the series, because I was a part of fandom to some degree. And it was just, you know, kind of cool then. I hadn't been going to conventions very much. And the first conventions that I went to, I think it was New York, 2013, maybe. After I started working on the book, it was just really nice to meet other fans that were excited about the project. And, you know, and I was a little bit behind the scenes. You know, instead of reading the story after it was published, I was reading it when the scripts came in, but it was just as exciting. So not a big surprise. I totally understand the enthusiasm, you know.
Charlie, I want you to comment on what Stefano just said about, do you feel like when he came on board and started working with you that it kind of elevated your creativity a bit? Do you, because I agree with him. I think that when you guys started collaborating, I think the artwork kind of did seem like it went kind of to this next level, and I really enjoyed seeing, you know, you two working together. Do you feel like that did kind of help you elevate your style a bit?
Yeah, well, it was different. I mean, I'm not saying it was bad or worse, obviously, but it was. I had to sort of adopt a slightly, like as Stefano said, a slightly different style, a slightly different way of working. Because, like I said, you know, I think the only other time I was inked was literally right back at the beginning of my career. So, you know, I'd spent 20 plus years inking myself, and then to suddenly go back and do pencils was a bit of a whoa, you know, a left turn, definitely. What I did find myself doing was, because obviously, you know, obviously a pencil is very much different to a pen. I did find myself doing more, should we say, mark making, because that's what's good for a pencil, you know, whereas, you know, how I like my inking and how I like my ink is, you know, if one mark can tell the story, why use 20 sort of thing. So, you know, I've always been of that adage, to try and hone my stuff down to the one simple mark, and that'll do sort of thing. That's enough. So, but what I found with penciling was, you know, I was kind of not going the opposite way, but definitely putting more textural stuff in the characters. And I was actually honing, yeah, I noticed, you know, especially the last sort of couple of years worth of work with The Walking Dead, all my characters, I was, you know, looking back on the stuff, I'd say 80% of my characters were all sort of, all had, you know, sort of that sort of lighting effect where they're lit from one side and the other. So you've always got the sort of the shading down one half of the face, but a bit, you know, sort of a bit of light hitting the other side. And I got kind of obsessed with doing that. I was thinking, God, I was doing this all the time, you know. And with pencils, you know, I wasn't doing that. I was sort of more concentrating on the faces and, making those good without, you know, I suppose arguably hiding my mistakes in black, which I think you ask any artist that uses a lot of black. Same thing. It's a great tool. You know, primarily it's a great tool for design, atmosphere, etc., etc. But it's also a brilliant thing for hiding. Yeah, if you can't be bothered to draw one side of the face, hey, put it in shadow.
It's a win-win.
Yeah, it's a win-win. It looks cool, and you've not drawn half the stuff.
Exactly. Yes.
Fellas, we got a couple of questions here in the chat room, if you don't mind. Once again, if you're just now joining us, ladies and gentlemen, we're here with Charlie Adlard and Stefano Gaudiano. I am saying that right, Stefano, right? Stefano Gaudiano?
It looks like I'm being lasered here by the sun. Just literally give me 30 seconds. I won't be a sec.
No problem. It's a sunny day over in the UK, apparently.
Oh, we're having a heat wave here.
Is that right?
Yeah, it's about 20, 25 degrees. It should be about, I don't know, 18, 19, end of May. So, yeah, it's bloody hot today. And tomorrow it's going to be really sunny. So, spent the morning power washing. Whoop!
Okay, so let's see. Let's get a couple of these chat questions here. Tom McElroy would like to know, what was it like to collaborate with Robert Kirkman? Can you give an example where you had different creative ideas?
Oh, you can't spend 16 years working with somebody solidly and not have the odd disagreement here and there. I think anyone, you know, would attest to that. Yeah, especially writers and artists. But yeah, on the whole, we got on brilliantly. Yeah, obviously, because we wouldn't have worked together for 16 years if we didn't, you know, sort of pretty much have the same creative vision, you know, together. And, you know, 95% of the time working with Robert was, you know, an absolute dream. You know, and he writes the sort of scripts that I like in terms of he doesn't put too much detail into them. So it feels like you're inputting creatively, rather than, you've got every paragraph is like, this character has to be here, this character has to be there, it has to be this angle, blah, 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 blah. He would tend to write, large panel, small panel, wide panel. His descriptions were fairly minimal, which was not to say he was being lazy, but it was perfect, sort of a perfect collaboration, sort of artist-writer 50-50, which, in my opinion, is how comics should be. Simple as.
Yeah, and, sorry.
Go ahead. Go ahead, Stefano.
Looking over, Charlie's shoulder, because I got the scripts, sometimes before I even saw the art, sometimes when I saw the art. But Robert is one of those guys like Brian Bendis and Ed Brubaker who he knows how to draw. He's drawn his own comic books and has an understanding of how to tell the story, and really doesn't need to get in the penciler's way. There's other writers I've worked with that are great writers, but I can see that they go into descriptions at a level. This is more typical in the Italian school of comics than in the American school of comics. But even in the States, they go into these descriptions that are very elaborate, sometimes not really practical in terms of visualizations. And Robert's scripts were brilliant, as far as I could tell. I can see why you were able to work together with Robert for as long as you did, as successfully as you did, because he gave the essential information and let Charlie just do the design drawing work. And as far as, obviously, as an inker, I didn't have any sort of, there was no real creative interaction between myself and Robert, but there were a couple of times, only 2 times, that I got to sort of, peek behind the curtain a little bit. One time I chimed in when I thought, Charlie, I saw the first issue that Lydia was introduced.
Oh, yeah.
I have, I had children that are, in that sort of age range. And I was like, oh, she looks too young. She looks too young. It's just like, you could tell that there was going to be some romantic entanglement. You could tell there was going to be something. And I'm like, I checked in with Robert and I said, actually I went through some accurates, I think. And it's like, are we worried about this girl looking too young? And they reassured me that, it was just, it was going to be okay. Just ink her the way Charlie grew. I suggested putting some wrinkles under her eyes, like, they make her look older. And it's like, no. And
you're 16.
I was worried, but it worked out. And the only other time was I sent an email to Robert. There wasn't much interaction between us, but just to congratulate him on a particular issue that I just loved. This happened more than once, but sometimes, I'm inking the story. And again, as a fan, I get the artwork, which Charlie sends artwork, but it's basically, it looks like it's inked, it's complete. So I'm getting the same experience that I would get, just reading a comic book. And I was so moved, and I think it was particularly one of the issues later in the run when there's sort of the conclusion to Negan's story arc, confrontation with Maggie. And I loved that story, and sent a note to Robert just saying, wow, this is amazing. And I have the email someplace. I'm not going to try to quote it, but the gist of it was Robert essentially shared that there was a conversation with Charlie, which I never talked to you about, but that helped influence, the direction of that story somewhat. So I gather that you guys, had that quality of rapport where basically he would, the characters as the artist probably about as well, maybe almost as well as Robert does. And apparently he heard something that you said that influenced the way that he wrote that story, which was, as an artist, was nice to hear. It's like,
yeah, well, it was it was funny, actually. It was more of a flippant comment that I made more than anything. I didn't expect him to sort of change it. He ended up basically rewriting one half of an issue because I commented on something. I honestly didn't expect him to react to it at all. It was just like, wouldn't it be funny if, this is quite an interesting scenario, blah, 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 blah. And I went off and
I love that. It's like you're an actor and the director is asking your input about the character that you're playing. I mean, that's essentially what it felt like. And I got to say, just having heard, from Robert, kind of the direction that he was going in compared to after he had a conversation with you, I'm really glad you had that conversation. I really am. I think it was just such a beautiful story. And it's like recently I read a collected edition of the old Phoenix saga from the X-Men from the 1980s stuff that I grew up reading. And they had something in this that I hadn't seen before. It was they published alongside the original series the alternate ending that had originally been put there before I think Jim Shooter asked for some revisions. And, as in that case, I could see it's like both are strong, they both have pros and cons, but in the case of Negan, I'm sure that the other story would have also been great, but I'm just really glad we had the story that we got.
Very, very good. Nick Marshall wanted to say that it is good to see Charlie and Stefano again.
The dream team back together.
That's right, bringing the team back together. Diana Prince would like to know, Stefano, how bittersweet was it to not ink the final issue?
It was actually, other than missing the paycheck, it was great because
it's 72 pages long as well.
I know. 72 pages. It's just like, I'm moving. I could have used that, But except for that, it was fantastic. First of all, as a fan, I had been waiting for Charlie to go back to inking his own work all along. And as somebody that needs a job, I was like, oh God, I hope he doesn't want the inks back. I hope I can stay on a little longer, right? But as a fan, I love Charlie's work. Like I said, it's just when an artist inks himself, when an artist of Charlie's caliber is inking himself, just something comes out that you don't get to see in a collaboration. Now, I could go on and on about incredible pencil or inker combinations, Kirby and Sinnott, whatever, but I just love Charlie's work. And when that last issue came out, oh God, I was so happy that you decided to do that, because not only, I understand for you, it was a closure, it was something that you wanted to bring home yourself, but it was so gorgeous. I mean, I honestly think it might be the single best looking issue in that whole series. It was such a great way to cap the character stories, but also visually, what you brought to it, you can see, it's like, to me, it was just the best of all worlds. It was in the context of the Walking Dead, your mastery of the art, and you could tell that when you were inking those 120 issues or whatever that you inked on your own, 110, it was like, you can see it just like you're working, you have to work fast, and on that story, it seemed like, I don't know how fast you were going, but you just put everything you had into it, and the way you inked that was just something that I could not have done, period. And it was thrilling to see that issue closing the series, and I'm actually really glad that I wasn't part of it, honestly. Plus, you have a lot of negative space on the front cover. So I've had situations at conventions where people bring the cover and they're like, can you sign it? And I'm like, oh, if I'm going to sign it, since I didn't actually work on this, I have to draw something on here. So thanks for leaving space on the cover. So yeah, works out great. That's wonderful.
Charlie, that does kind of beg a question of, when you were working on that final issue and you did wrap it all up, what was your feeling at that moment? Was it kind of a cathartic thing? Was it a little wistful? I mean, what was going through your head at that moment?
I'd say it was about 80% cathartic and about 20% wistful. Just because, again, as I said, sort of semi-jokingly, but it is quite true, to be honest. After 16 years, it was enough. And what many people don't know is the ending was planned about 4 years ago. That's where Robert and I initially had the first conversation about, when were we going to finish? And actually, I sent an email to Robert saying, I kind of need an end point, Robert. This was about 4 years ago. And what I didn't realise is how he eloquently stated in, the sort of the eulogy he put at the end of the final issue, was that he was thinking the same thing. He had this storyline plotted out to a certain point, i.e. to the end, and he knew that it was going to come to a conclusion sooner rather than later by this time. And he was so, kind of worried that I might suddenly go, what? We've only got 4 years? What am I going to do afterwards? But because, obviously I sort of already emailed him, I think he was secretly pleased that, and I wouldn't have minded whether he'd have said, "Oh, we're all right, we'll end it in 6 months," or we'll end it in literally 10 years. I just needed to know when we were going to finish it. It's as simple as that. I think everyone needs that sort of end point, just something to work to more than anything. So so when we got to the final issue, which was, I think I got started on the script, I think the January last year, so January 2019. I think I probably finished it March. So I had a good chunk of time. We were ahead quite considerably anyway. So as Stefano said, I did have the time for once to actually do it. And like when we started doing it, we didn't really know how many pages it was going to be. First, Robert was saying, it's probably going to be a double issue, and then it was a triple issue, and it ended up as 72 pages or whatever. So it was equivalent of doing 3 and a bit issues. So I did. I thought, this is the last one. I've got to do as much, do as good as I can, sort of thing on it. But careful not to have that in my head, because the worst thing in the world is to embark on a project, literally sitting down going, right, today I'm going to draw the best page I've ever drawn in my life. Because it'll never happen. You'll draw the worst page you've ever drawn in your life. So, you've got to keep that sort of level of I suppose, laissez-faire more than anything. Just like, well, you see what happens. You spend a bit longer on it, but, you don't want to over-egg the pudding. That's for sure. So, so it was. I was really, really pleased with how that final issue came out, and I do agree with Stefano. I think it was the best thing I drew on The Walking Dead. Definitely that last issue. I think it's the best issue Robert wrote, pure and simple. I think the 2 best things Robert ever wrote on the whole of The Walking Dead were his Negan and that last issue. There were stunning bits of work, and when I read the end, I knew Robert told me the end about, I think one San Diego, like years ago. I remember sitting in his hotel room with my son, who was only about 8 or 9 at the time. And no, he's about 10 or 11 actually. And he's nearly 19 now. And him telling me, saying that it's going to end with Carl sat in a rocking chair telling a story to his daughter about Rick. And I knew that Robert, as is a writer's prerogative, they will change things. They'll have other ideas. They'll think of a better idea before this comes along. But no, he never changed it. That was the end. So I kind of knew once we started on this book what the last page was going to be, or the last few pages. So it was nice to sort of go out on something like that, something that was so fixed, right from the beginning.
Well, I feel like I sort of stole Thomas Leopold's question a little bit, but I did want to at least work in half of his question here. Thomas Leopold is talking to us from Germany, by the way. He wanted to know, was it sometimes hard or even boring to draw the same characters for such a long time? And then the second half of his question was, how did it feel when it was finally over? But I think you kind of covered that. But maybe for the first part of his question, was it ever boring to you to be drawing the characters for such a long period of time? We'll go with that part.
No, it would be boring to draw the same characters over and over again if they were badly written. It's as simple as that. But because they're not badly written, because Robert's always making it interesting, no, not at all. And, it's not like we've got a cast of, 2 or 3 people for, 16 years. There's a vast cast. So there's always variety. You're pulling in various people from various different, parts of the storyline. So, obviously Rick, Carl, the obvious people have been there from the beginning. But even Rick, what we wanted to do right from the beginning was actually age these characters properly. There's a proper timeline to this thing. So, especially, there were 2. I think that the 2 time jumps we did were perfect to keep the book alive, shall we say? Because Yeah, especially the 2-year time jump we did, because that really did feel like we were starting a new story, because all the characters, some look more significantly different than others, but they'd all changed, and you went in with that knowledge that they'd all changed, visually after 2 years. Obviously, the 20-year time jump we did for the last issue was slightly different and kind of even more fun, because you could really change the characters, and that probably adds to my 20% of wistfulness when it finished, because it did feel like we'd started on a new chapter of The Walking Dead only to finish it 72 pages later, rather than 72 months later or something like that. So doing things like that just kept it alive, kept the magic alive for us, I think.
Very, very good. Tom McElroy would like to know, what are your favorite characters to draw and or ink?
Go on, you go first, Stefano, and I'll say.
I love drawing and inking zombies. That's just one of the most fun things to do. My style tends to be kind of on the messy side. I had to rein that in when I was inking Charlie, because as he was putting that level of detail into the pencils, I felt like I needed to honor that and step back on the more instinctive brush work that I was using when I was working with Michael Lark or Butch Guice at DC and Marvel. But the zombies gave me an opportunity to cut loose just a little bit, and they're messed up, so I could mess them up a little more. And usually I, would just stay within the framework of what Charlie did. But I would do little things like using, instead of brush markers, I would use actual crow quills at times, and it was just a lot of fun. But in terms of actual characters, Michonne is absolutely a favorite to draw. I love her as a character, and also I love drawing her features, her hair. I really enjoyed drawing Ezekiel. Unfortunately, Ezekiel didn't last very long after I got on board. But that final scene, and also actually when when his tiger died, that was amazing. But I would say Michonne is right up there for me. What about you, Charlie?
Well, I'd say Michonne as well. Definitely, I've always enjoyed, and because I'm a white male, I suppose it's more of a challenge to draw somebody of a different ethnic group, because you're just not used to that sort of facial structure or skin color, etc., and how light shines on a different shade of skin, etc. So I was constantly being challenged by characters like Michonne, just because they are, like say, different to draw. So, and I like a challenge. So it's like drawing horses. I hated drawing horses to begin with. And as soon as I realised, especially after the 2-year jump, there's going to be a lot of bloody horses, that I was like, oh Christ, but I really enjoy drawing horses at the end of it, because of the challenge of drawing the physicality of and how horses work, and etc. So it's kind of the same with Michonne. And I also enjoy drawing. I enjoy drawing them more. It's fairly obvious, but I enjoy drawing the more sort of fancy-looking characters, like Stefano said, like Ezekiel, because you just get more stuff in there. It's more fun. The older characters are more fun because you can get just more lines in there, more interesting facial just facial lines, wrinkles, etc. And I enjoy drawing Negan. Yeah, because I enjoy drawing that grin. It was nice to have a character, ironically, that smiled a lot, in The Walking Dead. And it's just amazing how, as an artist, how much stuff you learn on the job. And for probably 15 years of drawing, no, not 15, for probably about 10 years of drawing The Walking Dead, I kind of struggled with smiles. I don't know, it's just how it contorts the face. and I didn't really understand, and half the time I didn't really have the time. When I draw a smiling character, for instance, it would sort of be a bit, it wouldn't be just right, but because of the deadline and stuff, I just didn't have time to go and do the research or whatever. And then suddenly something clicked, and I kind of worked out how to draw a smile properly, how it contorts the mouth and the cheeks and everything, and just kind of in time for Negan, which was perfect. So I love drawing. Yeah, I just love drawing characters like that. I've made no secret. For instance, I find Carl really hard work to draw, and not in a challenge way. Just two reasons. When he was a small child, it was like one mark out of place would age him 5 years or whatever, and the challenge is not to just draw an adult's head on a smaller body, which looks really weird. So you've got to draw it like a child, and that was a challenge, and probably I failed, many times with that. And then, of course, he gets his bloody eye shot out, doesn't he? And, the challenge then was one side of his face was expressionless. So if he expressed some sort of emotion, you always had to either draw him, full on, sort of full face, or from, this side, because the other side, there was nothing there. So that was annoying, to say the least. And I think, I don't know about Robert. I mean, I know Robert sort of slightly always regretted cutting Rick's hand off, just because it posed various, over the course of the story, various kind of restrictions on him, and I don't know if you felt the same about shooting Carl's eye out. I think he probably just thought, the artist will sort that out. That's fine.
Let's see. C. White would like to know, were there any other possible endings to The Walking Dead discussed?
There were no endings discussed, but obviously I know Robert, and as he put in his sort of end thing at the end of the last issue, there was a more depressed ending as opposed to the uplifting ending we finished with. But I remember saying to him years and years ago, I said, we can't end this badly. We'd made a promise to each other that we would both see this through to the end, which thankfully we did. And he said to me, if you ever wanted to leave, I don't think I could carry on, and I said vice versa. Obviously, if Robert didn't want to write it, I think that would be the end, obviously. But and I remember saying, around about that time, I said, we've gone through so much with these people. We cannot just end on a downside. It would just be. It just feel like, I don't know, it would just feel like you're cheating something, cheating the fans, I don't know, cheating us. I don't know, it just felt like we owed these characters a decent send-off, so I don't think the last issue, apart from us bringing it out and surprising everybody with the fact that it was the last issue, I don't think the actual ending was particularly surprising, but I think the best endings of, shall we say, TV shows or movies or whatever, don't always have to be, a twist or a surprise. It's just what's appropriate for, the story. And I think what Robert wrote was 100% appropriate for the end of The Walking Dead. It couldn't have ended any other way. It was the sort of the perfect ending. I mean, I will always applaud Robert, for managing to work on something for so long and then finish something so beautifully, and we've left, there's a few open ends here and there, but, you can't do something for 16 years and not have, leave certain things dangling. That's not to say we'll ever return to it, which we won't.
You won't?
No.
Me getting
I'm saying that.
Let's see. Nick Marshall wanted me to say that I think my next sketch off you, Charlie, will be Michonne on horseback. RS88 would like to know, being on a title, we sort of touched on this earlier, but being on a title that is so popular in a different medium and fans coming in waves because of the TV show as well, what has your interaction been like with art collectors? We didn't specifically talk about art collectors, but what do you guys want to maybe touch on that?
Stefano?
Put your tea down. Most of, well, you've had a longer career than that, but for me, it was different just to even have the kinds of interactions that I've had with art collectors, which are mostly I don't have because both Charlie and I are represented by Mark Hay of Splash Page Art, and he handles most of the interactions. But at conventions, I've met people that are serious collectors that have come up and maybe asked for sketch covers where they they're not buying pages of a website. And for me, it's just the novelty of running into a level of collectability that even when I was working at Marvel was not there. I remember I worked mostly, I'd say, more than half my career in independent comics. And when I started inking Daredevil, I've done a little bit of Batman work at DC, but Daredevil is really the first opportunity that I had to meet a broader fandom where there's an excitement about the character that you're drawing more than just your art, essentially. And with The Walking Dead, of course, it's a whole different level. Even the fact that people are asking for sketches of Daryl from the television show, who is not even in the comic book, it just, kind of tells me, okay, I am part of a much bigger phenomenon than just my drawings. This is not about that. So it's kind of interesting. It's just I like it. I like being associated with such a cultural phenomenon. But it's a different experience than normal interaction with art collectors, who for the most part before The Walking Dead had been interested in my art because they like my style, let's say. In this case, it's there's some of that, but especially being just the inker on the book, the key thing is, okay, you've worked on the book and we love the property, so can you do a drawing of Daryl? And it's a different kind of experience, not unpleasant, I have to say. Just like there's different conversations that come out of that where we're bonding about, to some extent, our love for the characters. So that's the biggest difference that I've experienced in that respect.
Yeah, well, two things I'd like to say is on the whole, my experience with art collectors has been overwhelmingly positive. It's no real different to your sort of more general fan. But what was quite interesting was a couple of times, and I sort of stopped doing it after two shows, was the Walker Stalker Con, which is the big sort of Walking Dead show. I don't know if they still do it, but obviously it became very big. Yeah, and it came to London just a couple of times, and I did the first two. It was very odd being in that environment because obviously it's not an art collector's environment, and B, it's primarily for the TV show. I was kind of sat there being the kind of the little known person out of the whole thing, just the irony being, sort of sat there just thinking, none of you would exist if I hadn't drawn this book. But I reckon the amount of people who were queuing up at my table were not queuing up specifically to there was specifically, I'll start again. The kind of fandom there is really interesting because basically it's a bunch of people signing stuff or whatever, all of which is being charged for. So it's a massive money making enterprise from the guests down to the organization. and they could see that I reckon I had twice as many. No, so I'll start again. I reckon there were half the people in my queue didn't know who I was. What they could see was they were getting more bang for their buck from me because I was doing a sketch, which obviously you couldn't get off the cast. So they're getting a drawing. Plus, this is purely a money-making scheme on my part. I'm also in a band, and I was selling our LP at Walker Stalker. But basically, I was saying you buy the LP, you get a free sketch. Or you can do it the other way around. You can get a free LP if you buy a sketch. Hey, it's a win-win, everyone. So they were coming away with a load of goodies for, the same amount of money that they would spend on, somebody's signed photograph. So it was kind of interesting seeing it more from sort of the non-art collector's point of view. But also, I don't know how many people out there know, I don't do, I rarely do commissions. I tend to, if I'm at a con or a show or a festival or whatever, I'll do, sketches in sketch covers. Unfortunately, I never really have much chance to do particularly detailed stuff because of The Walking Dead's popularity, there's always quite a large queue. But one reason I don't do many commissions is actually the pressure thing. I find if you're working on a comic book, you've got an audience generally in the thousands. Thousands of people will read that book. Obviously, especially something like The Walking Dead, tens of thousands of people will read that book. So you kind of go into something like The Walking Dead with the idea of, well, you can't please all of the people all of the time, so I might as well just do it for myself, because hopefully, you'll, excuse my French, if you throw so much shit at the fans, some of it will stick, so, somebody out there will like your stuff. If you're doing a commission, you're doing it for that one person, so that one person has to like it. And that's kind of a reason I don't do that many. I don't like that pressure. I prefer the other approach, which is I'll do it for myself, and hopefully somebody out there will like it. So it's a kind of an interesting dynamic I've got with people that would be interested in commissions. And I suppose the other thing is, I've drawn especially The Walking Dead. I've drawn that for 16 years. To be honest, the last thing I want to do in my free time is draw more Walking Dead. So,
wait, Charlie, you don't wake up on a Saturday and say, "I think I'm just going to kill some time by drawing Walking Dead today." Come on,
I'll just draw a few zombies to warm up. Yeah.
I missed this one earlier, and I want to make sure I get to it. C. Woodward 19 would like to know, Charlie, what was it like getting to draw the characters in the Topps X-Files comic? I wanted to make sure I got that in there because we've got a few more since then. Go ahead.
Well, considering I've been a professional for roughly a couple of years, by that time, still a newbie, basically. And I only got the job because I previously worked for Topps on Mars Attacks as well. So I was an easy go-to sort of character. And at the time when I first started the Walking Dead, the X-Files, it was, equally as unknown property as I was, because I remember being sent the first, this is pre-internet. I didn't even have a computer. I think I didn't even have a fax machine at the time. So they posted me a VHS copy of the first 2 episodes, and that was it. I remember watching them. I don't think it'd even come out in the States yet. And I remember watching it going, oh, this is quite good. I could see myself drawing this, So, it was fun for a year. I was on the X-Files for 2 years. So go figure what the other year was like. But not so good. Under Stefan Petruka, who wrote the first year, I had a great time. It was really good. And then unfortunately Stefan, had to leave. And I certainly did enjoy the second year. Things started to go very badly to pieces. So much. It was a weird thing because you're dealing with people who don't understand comic books, and I think that's pretty much the same with most sort of TV adaptations, most licensed products. I was dealing with, thankfully, I wasn't dealing with David Duchovny and Gillian Anderson. They didn't have rights to their likenesses in comic books anyway, which was a blessing. But not to say they might not have approved, but, the last thing you wanted was more, sort of more cooks in the kitchen. So I had to be approved by 20th Century Fox. I had to be approved by 1013 Productions, which was Chris Carter's production company up in Vancouver. And the people that obviously they employed to look at the comic book didn't understand how comics work. They would look at drawings of the characters, and because I wasn't using much photo ref because there wasn't any. I had a bunch of still photographs of sort of publicity photographs. So you basically had full face shots of Gillian Anderson and David Duchovny just doing this. So if you want them screaming, shouting, smiling, there was nothing, no ref, so you had to make it up. And I don't like heavily referenced facial sort of artwork anyway. So I was trying to inject a comic vibe to it, which what I thought it should look like. And the weird thing was, that first year they seemed to just be fine with it, and then suddenly the second year, where I thought I'd captured the characters like this better because I was just more used to them, and my style was getting better and my art was getting better because I was again learning on the job, and especially those first 4 or 5 years of my professional career, I look back on it and think, God, I wasn't very good. My sort of arc was the biggest arc going up in a positive curve in those, sort of the early years more than now or any other time. And I was just, I got more and more criticised from, the two, companies saying, oh no, we don't like, can you change that face? Can you change this? And in the end, they started basically getting another artist. That I think my last issue, another artist drew their faces on top of my artwork without me knowing. And I was like, I remember literally picking the issue up in a comic shop and looking at it. I don't think they'd even sent it me yet. And just thinking, right, that's it. I'm out of here. That's the last issue I do. And that was it. I said, I'm not doing any more. This is ridiculous, and especially when you think you're getting it right. And, when you think you've got it right and there's somebody saying to you, you haven't got it right. How do you get out of that sort of scenario if you think you're doing fine? So it was easy enough to jump ship. So, it's a lot easier when somebody's licensing stuff off of you rather than the other way around, that's for sure.
Let's see. We've got another question here from Louis Duquette. Consistency when drawing or inking a new project can be difficult. Was there a specific point for either of you where it became easier, or is it a constant issue with the introduction of new characters? Does that make sense?
Yeah. Sorry, I'll chime in, then I'll shut up and let Stefano talk. I don't really think about it doing an ongoing because basically I just think, well, it's a natural thing to have your style change over many years. You can't maintain a consistency in terms of your own style for that long. It's different if you're doing a mini-series or something like that, because I think there should be a consistency of style. The worst sort of scenario would be you start a mini-series and for whatever reason you never finish it, but then 3 years later, for some reason, you finish it, and then there's this really distinct change of art because you've got 3 years on yourself and you might be drawing differently. Yeah, I mean, I look at the first few issues of The Walking Dead and just think, Jesus Christ, that is so different. And I'd like to think, what I do now is a lot better, obviously. Yeah, so I don't really panic about consistency from an art style thing, just knowing full well that things are going to change. When it comes to keeping the characters the same, that's more of it's a tricky situation because you could agonize over stuff like that a lot. But you've only got a month to draw a comic book in, and it's not worth the agonizing that you could potentially put, or the redrawing that you could constantly be doing to keep sort of same facial consistency. There's a lot of shortcuts you tend to do. I mean, it's no secret, why certain characters wear the same clothes all the time. Because it's like a uniform, isn't it? It's almost like drawing superheroes. You've got a costume, you keep them in it somehow. Occasionally, I don't know, it's weird because occasionally I draw, for instance, oh God, I've forgotten her name, Andrea. Very occasionally I draw Andrea with her hair down, and it looked weird, because she always had the ponytail. And you kind of think, well, I'm trying to be realistic here, because there would be times where she would have her hair down. She wouldn't go to sleep. Well, it tended to be when she'd be in bed, because she wouldn't go to sleep with a ponytail. When I did that, it was like, oh God, it doesn't look like her anymore. So there are sort of loads of little shortcuts you do to sort of try and keep that consistency, give them a defining facial tick or something that will define that character. It's all part and parcel of the wonderful ways to get around things in the deadline heavy world of comics.
Stefano, for you?
I think that Charlie covered it basically as an inker. There's not much a concern about character consistency, because unless it's layouts, the penciler takes care of that. But I can say that it took me probably at least 6 months to get in a groove where I felt like my inks were sort of flowing, where I could understand Charlie's pencils, that's not quite Luce's question, but I just wanted to throw that in there. It took me as an inker about 6 months to get up to speed on inking Charlie, which is about par for the course. It always takes a little bit. There's, fortunately with Charlie, as with Michael Lark, as with Butch guys, Lee Weeks, there's some compatibility there that made the job easier. But I could feel the difference. After 6 months of inking The Walking Dead, I started understanding Charlie's work a little better, and had an easier time being consistent in my inks, rather than trying a bunch of different things, which is, I think, what I was doing in the first issues. As far as character consistency, as a penciler, I don't think I've ever done anything more than 6 issues in a row. I've done, it's always been sporadic, small projects, and most of my career has been as an inker anyway. And I agree with Charlie that it's important when you have a miniseries, obviously, to stay consistent. It's important if you're doing someone else's character to be consistent to their vision. In the context of a long story, I think it's great, actually, that we can see evolution of characters. In some ways, The Walking Dead, I think, was particularly cool because we got to see Charlie's style evolve, which I don't think is problematic. First of all, Tony Moore drew the first 6 issues, then you have Charlie. Charlie's style is changing, so that when you look at the 4th volume, it looks quite different than when Negan gets introduced. And then Charlie's style changes again in All Out War. And there's something about that that is natural, because that's the way life is. Life just doesn't feel the same 5 years ago as it does now, as it will 5 years from now. Your whole emotional experience of your environment changes, so I don't see any problem with that happening. One thing that was really cool about The Walking Dead 2 is because you had the time jumps and you had occasional things like what Charlie was talking about with letting a character's hair down, but especially with the time jumps. We got to see Rick with like short cropped hair like Charlie has now, and a big full beard, like longer than mine. And we had him with bushy hair, we had him with a hat, we had him without a hat. You don't really see Reed Richards or Peter Parker or Tony Stark going through that, because obviously, going back to Lewis's question, the key thing for consistency in comics is to have a few iconic characteristics that identify the characters. For Andrea, it was freckles. If you have a blonde woman with freckles, unless it's, oh my goodness, I'm forgetting the girl's name, Carl's best friend, that he ends up marrying. Not Ben. Anyway, Andrea was distinctive because she's an adult, blonde woman with freckles. That's Andrea, okay? And but then you could use that, and you could have her with her hair in different ways. You could have the hat.
There you go. Sorry. Sophia.
Yes, Sophia. Thank you. Great character, but she was young enough that she wouldn't get confused with Andrea. That was good. Yeah. We got to see the kids growing up. We got to see the characters develop different facial characteristics. We got to see Carl with his eye out, just like other eye. So that was kind of cool in The Walking Dead. Being able to just recognize the characters even as they went through changes, I thought was kind of a nice, unique experience in a long series like that. For Lewis as an artist, just pick a couple of things that are going to make your character identifiable. Stick with that. Don't worry too much about precisely how long or short the nose is in every single panel. As long as you've got, that identifying characteristic, even if it's just as simple as Peter Parker's hair. The difference between Peter Parker and Steve Rogers was essentially their hair. When John Romita drew them, it was the same character, but just with different hairstyles, and that's good enough. Reed Richards has the little, white sideburns, whatever. You don't need much. Just pick that, whatever they're wearing, and don't worry about the nuances. As long as you've got those markers, the character is going to be identifiable.
I'd just like to also add that unless you're, to be honest, there's very few comic book artists out there that do have an incredible sort of way of drawing a variety of faces. We all pretty much have our stock face, and sort of add things to it, And I'd probably argue the only people that sort of do proper different character faces are more are cartoonists, more cartoony people, because obviously you're caricaturing more than we are. We're trying to draw realistically, but to a deadline. We're not doing self-portraiture or anything like that. So, but obviously cartoonists and people that do more caricatured stuff or heavily caricatured stuff, sort of that's a different thing. And then you have to have your consistency of face, but then you've got very sort of, how would you describe it? Very clearly defined lines, very sort of, just everything is very clearly defined in that way. So you instantly can see, but everything is exaggerated anyway. So it's not such an issue. That's why you look at most 99% of superhero comics, it's the same face on all those characters. It's just different hair, different costumes, beards, pointy ears, whatever. It's all the same face, and I'm not criticizing for it because I'd be doing the same thing.
Absolutely. Okay, so we sort of touched upon this earlier, but it is an interesting question for maybe some that aren't aware. Scott Spilkey, I hope I'm saying that last name right. Scott Spilkey would like to know, I have some gorgeous Walking Dead original art. Charlie, no, Stefano. Well, you could always change that at splashpageart.com, Scott. I've always been surprised by the smaller page size, 9x14 and not 11x17. Why did you choose this size to work, and how long did you did you do it?
Because I started off on your traditional A3 size, like most comic book, and I'd been drawing like that previous, all the time before. and I think it was fairly soon into the run. I think it was early on in the prison saga, so it was kind of ish in the 30s. I think it was when I decided to change. We were only very slightly. We were only slightly falling behind the schedule. And I remember Robert having a conversation again, saying, "Is there any way we can, sort of try and get it faster?" And I said, "Oh, I could try and draw it smaller. I don't know if that will make me faster, but if I draw it smaller, just by the pure fact I've got, less blacks to fill in, less, literally lines to do, might work." So I remember Robert saying, "Well, do a page, see what it looks like." And I remember doing page 1 of whatever issue it was, just as a tryout, knowing full well that if it didn't work, I'd have to ink it again, but just at full size. So scanned it in, sent it to Robert, and he said, "Well, looks like what you drew last week. So carry on." And just kept going from that. A friend of mine, Phil Winslade, the comic book artist, he'd started drawing really small a few years prior to that. So there was somebody else that I thought, if you know Phil, his artwork is ludicrously detailed. So if he could do it, I was thinking, this could be a possibility. And to be honest, I sort of kept that size up until Stefano came on board, because then I just thought, well, to be honest, because a pencil, when you're working with a pencil, your hand's moving faster, because obviously an ink line tends to be a lot more considered, and just in case, and I work in pen for my inking, so if you move too fast, the line will break up and everything, so it's a lot more considered, whereas with pencils you can go all over the place. So I thought the idea of speed in terms of literally drawing your lines is not an issue anymore. So I thought I might as well go back to full size. So Stefano had the detail to work from. Simple as that, because I was assuming Stefano. We never had this conversation, I don't think, but I assumed you were going to do it, the standard size as well. And of course, when I inked the final issue, I went back to small again. But what I do like about the small size actually is I love thicker lines. It's as simple as that. Probably my favorite American comic book artist of all time is Alex Toth, and if I can draw like him, I'd be a happy man anyway. But there was a guy that had a master, as I said previously, over just drawing that one line, which would just sum up 20, 30 lines, and he was a genius about just what precisely was needed per drawing, per panel. So I thought the idea of going small would sort of give me that feel a bit, because I couldn't go into too much detail. And it's interesting, because when I in the last 4 or 5, I don't know how long now, 5, 6 years, I've started drawing digitally as well. And the problem with drawing digitally is the good old zoom tool, because you can, zoom straight in, noodling away on a panel, which will probably be about that big on a comics page. And also, I'm constantly disappointed with how thin my lines are, because I've zoomed in so much. So, of course, when everything's zoomed out, all the lines are quite thin. I think I'm drawing them quite thick until you see the whole page, but it's kind of, by that time, it's too late. So I know I could stick a limiter on my zoom, etc., etc. I know, but but when I do physically ink, literally on the drawing board, it's a different thing. It comes out in a special, unique way that I don't do, digitally, which is interesting. And it just works that way. It really does train me to limit my marks, to only put down what's essential. And I think that's quite interesting. And I think then you're just working on pure storytelling, only putting down what you need, and also working on, a great more in detail on design and the design of the page and things like that.
That's fantastic. Okay, Randy House wanted us to say big thanks from Drunken Randy to Charlie for my Elvira sketch via Joseph Melchior. Is that how I don't know if I'm saying that right.
Friend,
yeah, okay.
Joe. Yeah.
Never got a chance to thank Charlie, so I wanted to make sure and get that in there.
Okay.
Christopher Cook would like to know, I think it's probably up in the air right now, but when is your next Comic-Con or signing plan for next year after this pandemic? Hope to see you both there. I think it's probably really hard to say that right now, but do you guys have any kind of plans for next year?
God, everything's been cancelled. I mean, up until the last thing I was kind of holding up on, which I probably wouldn't see. Sorry, what was his name again?
That was from Christopher Cook.
Christopher,
yeah.
I probably wouldn't see him there because I was invited to the Congo in December, and which would have been a unique experience. I tend to go to shows that are, I'd like to say, different and in parts of the world where I'd be quite fascinated to go to, and I've never been to Africa ever, so it would have been interesting to go on. But to be honest, I literally last week, that was the final one I cancelled because I just thought it's not going to happen. It's not going. They were hopeful it might happen. Like I say, this was December, but I can't see it. And my enthusiasm for going, just because of what's going on, is certainly, I don't want to risk it. I've got an elderly parent. I don't want to, sort of naively travel over there, catch something, and then give it to my mum. So,
well, correct me if I'm wrong, but the UK is still under lockdown, right?
We're coming out of it slowly. I think too soon, but hey, obviously the economy is more important than lives. But hey, what the hell? That's our wonderful leader for you. So, the last show. Every show's been cancelled this year, so that's it. I will go back to doing shows when everyone else says it's safe. It's as simple as that, So hopefully next year, but I got Angoulême in France in this year. That was my final show. Angoulême it's kind of nicely placed. I bet they're really thankful that they managed to go ahead, and arguably they might be the first show of next year. Who knows? That's at the end of January. So they literally might be the first show to start it all off. I assume there's nothing happening in the States this year, is there?
Well, other than there are shows that are planned to happen later in the year, but we're in the same boat. Nobody really knows where things are going to be, and because of the city regulations, even if they wanted to have a show, the city may have a rule that says you can't have more than a certain number of people in a building at a time. So that would automatically make the show not work. So yeah, unfortunately, it's very much up in the air right now. Stefano, I assume you want to just say pretty much the same for me.
Pretty much. Seattle is where the area where I live, and that convention was kind of, the first one to get canceled, I think. And it was, right up until the last moment. We didn't know if it was going to happen. I don't know when that's going to happen again. I'll probably attend the next edition whenever things get back to, normal. And I also was planning on going to the Baltimore Comic-Con and would like to do that when things resume. Other than that, no specific plans.
Well, I just want to mention we had Stefano in Dallas last November, and he was wonderful. It was great to have you there, especially so soon after kind of wrapping up Walking Dead and whatnot. So yeah, I'm sure we're once things lighten up and conventions can start happening again, believe me, you'll know. But for right now, I think everybody's in a holding pattern for the moment, unfortunately. So,
yeah. Well, it like I say, it's not practical. Even if you had one with social distancing, you'd have to cut the attendance by what, probably a sixth.
Oh yeah.
Literally, and it's just not worth putting one on, is it?
Well, and you guys have been in this long enough to know that every time you go to a convention, you always run the risk of getting con crud anyway. So it's like, do we really want to add COVID-19 to that as well?
Oh yeah, exactly. Yeah. Some of my friends, some of my comic art friends, that they I don't know what the problem is, but they always come down with something after every single con. You just think, why'd you bother? I'd just stay at home if I was like that.
Well, we're getting close to wrapping this up. The last thing I want to kind of make sure I work in here, and then I'm going to let Mark say a few words, because we want to make sure that people are aware. If anybody would like to purchase your artwork, they can do so at splashpageart.com. But I did want to ask you guys, Stefano, you've been working in the industry since the mid to late 80s, and Charlie, you started working in the early 90s. How do you guys feel that the comic book industry has changed over the years, just from what you've observed from when you started working in the industry to where we are now, maybe like some of the positives and negatives of that?
Oh, it's kind of a big question. Obviously, there's been some dramatic changes. The first one that I experienced was a switch from, broader distribution. I'm that old, to direct market. And I took advantage of that at the beginning of my career. There were opportunities that would not have been there without the direct market. I was part of the black and white boom. My first published work is in 1984. And that was a huge change. Being able to not only access comic books in a specialized store, but distribute comic books through specialized store was an outstanding opportunity for both fans and creators. Now, it's interesting that now we're at the point where, frankly, I hate to say it, Mark, is a store owner. But the model of distribution that we have right now to reach the audience seems to be less and less viable. So that's the biggest change that I see. In between, there's been a number of phases. I mean, I've been in this business for, more than just my adult life. I started when I was 16 years old, and I was in it. I was like literally going to physical printers to like get our books printed, calling, who was it? Like Bud Plant distributors to get them distributed. Things have changed so much, and we've seen the image explosion. The image boom in the 90s was a huge, dramatic change in the industry. I think that the revival of Marvel Comics in the early 2000s was another huge event. I mean, it really changed the landscape because it led to the next big change, which was the introduction of Marvel characters in the movie universe in a way that was actually in line with what the comic books were presenting. When the Hulk was on television in the 1970s, and even when the Blade movies were made in the 1990s, comic book adaptations did not quite feel like comic books. But when Sam Raimi's Spider-Man came out, and the X-Men movies by Bryan Singer, and then especially when Marvel got into the game with Iron Man and everything that followed, Marvel started building on what Bendis, Brubaker, Quesada, all those people were doing in the actual print comic books. So to me, what happened at Marvel when Quesada and Palmiotti got involved, essentially, Bill Jemas, really influenced culturally, when Bendis came in, all of that stuff flowed right into the movie universe. The movie universe changed the game dramatically for comics because all of a sudden you have conventions where, Charlie, you remember San Diego, it was like 10,000 people, 20,000 people. All of a sudden it's 150,000 people. And you don't just have San Diego, you have all of these conventions everywhere. That, I still don't know what it's going to do to comics in the long run, but it changes the dynamic of what comic books are dramatically, because in a slightly different way, comic books have become a cultural phenomenon in the United States that is more like what they had been in Italy when I was growing up, where you did have the Lucca convention, where Stan Lee was just like being interviewed on television in the 1970s, In America, he was talking in college circuits, you know. In Italy, the conversation about comic books was a broad cultural conversation that newspapers would write about. Newspapers would write about Guido Crepax and Hugo Pratt, you know. And now in America, you're seeing this where people actually know who Robert Kirkman is because of this connection between the comic books and the movies and, of course, television, The Walking Dead, you know. So that changes the landscape in ways that we're still finding out. It might make our traditional distribution channels, in a sense, you know, redundant or ineffective, but it is opening up, especially with the advent of the internet, all of these different distribution channels where you don't have to go to the printer and you don't have to go to Buck Plant. You can just make your own comic book and put it online. All of these are incredibly radical changes. I feel like I've seen 3 or 4 different phases of a comic book industry. And I know that there were, between the 1930s and the 1970s, 1980s, when I came on board, there had already been a bunch of other changes. So what I'm looking at is not so much the changes, but I'm looking at the consistency. I hear people complaining about, oh, you know, comic books are not like they used to. Oh, they're ruining this, they're ruining that, and all of this stuff. And I'm like, that's nonsense. Comic books have always changed. We used to have Millie the Model comic books, and then we had the Fantastic Four, and then we had Monster Comics, and then we had The Walking Dead, and then we had all this other stuff, and now we have all these different things. There's something at the heart of the medium that still boils down to 1 or 2 people getting together, coming up with ideas and putting them out there, essentially unfiltered. Without having to jump through too many hoops, you know. And I mean, even before the internet, there were ways for Siegel and Schuster to come up with their Superman idea and find a way to put it up there. That is a constant. That's been a constant for 100 years. It's going to continue to be the same. And in that sense, I don't see any real fundamental significant change in comics. It's all superficial. It's what stories we tell, and it's how we distribute them. But the medium itself, as far as I'm concerned, remains just as solid, just as sound, and just as valuable for both creators and readers as it's always been. So that's my spiel. Thanks.
Charlie, would you like to add to that? And then I think we're going to wrap up after this. I'm going to hand it over to Mark.
I mean, I agree with everything Stefano says. I think we do need fundamental change, though, in this industry, especially in the distribution. This pandemic might, it's almost like you have to destroy something to, create. And I think comics have been in such a rut, especially in the way they're distributed. The American, UK comics especially. There is no other kind of industry that has this crazy distribution system that we have, and it just seems insane. And it makes it a closed. I'm talking very specifically about the US UK industry. It has this very, very closed market. It's very inaccessible. Your books. Somebody wants to get into comics. It is quite hard to get into comics because it's not the obvious way of. You can't just walk in a shop and pick one off a shelf. Not unless it's kind of, especially in UK, unless it's unless it's 2000 AD or a kid's comic. That's it. There's no other access. I think the stranglehold of the superhero is just getting beyond a joke now. I think there's so many things that could change. I was very lucky. When I got, similar to Stefano, actually, when I got in the industry, the comic book industry was having one of its renaissances. So it made it easier for me personally to get jobs because there were loads of jobs. I feel sorry for potential comic book people now trying to get in the industry because it's such, it's more of a closed industry. It's more, it's not as successful as it was, there's less. Editors seem less accessible if you're trying to get in, but I'm a big bande dessinée, which is French comic books, French and Belgium, European comic book, shall we say, fan. And there it's treated like the book industry. Okay, it doesn't do particularly well, but neither do books anymore. It's as simple as that. It's printed media does not do very well, but comparatively with printed media, it does a lot better than our industry, primarily because it's treated with respect and it's treated, its distribution is like normal books, and we should be like that. It was interesting, actually. A friend of mine came up with a really interesting idea, and it said instead of when you go into a bookshop and there's the comic book section, shall we say the graphic novel section, which is a term I dislike anyway because I think it ghettoizes comics even more. But there's a graphic novel section. Why can't they just take those comics and put them in science fiction, fantasy, fiction, documentary, whatever? Just put them there. Surely that would get more people reading comic books because you still, even if you go into a bookshop where it's more accessible than going into a specific direct market comic book shop, if you went into that bookshop, you still got to go to this one section. Then you've still got to trawl through all the different genres to find your preferred genre or whatever. And there's no indication generally in a bookshop. It doesn't tend to be, sort of genred off. So you can easily access I don't know whether it's a YA book or a horror book or whatever. But if you just scatter them amongst, all the other, novels, books, whatever, people might actually pick them up because it's actually saying to people, this is just broad general reading. This is just as grown up. This is just as acceptable. This is just as, whatever for for comic books. And, we might get a better, more varied, more interesting audience because of it. It's as simple as that.
And you guys were afraid you wouldn't be able to fill an hour and a half. I knew that wasn't going to be the case. Bill Cox is here, owner of Comic Art Fans and Comic Art Live. I also think that means it's time to go. Thank you guys for joining us. Thank Mark Walters for hosting. My microphone died. That's why I bailed out of the chat because unfortunately, it died. But yeah,
I just want to say real quickly, it's been a real honor, Charlie, Stefano. Thank you so much for joining us on Comic Art Live. This has been wonderful, and I hope you guys had some fun with it too. And a big thank you to all of our people that participated in the chat. Great questions from all of you guys. Thank you so much.
Cheers, guys. Hopefully see you at the next show, whenever that might be.
Sounds good. We will let you know. We'll do this again in the future.
Right. So. Brilliant.
All right. Take care, guys.
Thank you.
Cheers. Thank you, gentlemen.
All
Cheers.
Right.
Cheers. All right.
All right. That was a good one. So let me now introduce our next panel. It is going to be Mike Allred, Madman creator, and his art rep, Simon Miller. Bring them into the stream here. How you guys doing?
Really great. How are you?
Very good. Thanks, guys. Well, I'm going to turn it over to you, Simon. If there's anything you need, just let me know. But I'm looking forward to seeing what you guys have to talk about. And I'm looking forward to seeing as much of that art that you can show, Mike.
Okay.
Thanks, Bill.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So thank you, Bill, and thank you everyone for being here. Thank you, Mike, for giving up some of your drawing time to talk with me and to talk with everyone else who's going to be watching and listening. I want to kind of emphasize that this is probably a bit more of a different event, Mike, than maybe you've ever been to before, where the real focus is about comic artwork. So I'd love to really kind of dig into that with you, talk about your kind of passions and interests with the artwork that you might have from other people, or how you feel about the art you kind of create yourself. So, so with that said, I know probably a few different people are going to be here that are maybe followers of yours of Twitter, who follow your comics or see you on Facebook, but don't necessarily know what comic art is. So I was hoping that you could explain through your words what is original comic art, what are commissions, and what those kind of things are.
Okay. Well, original comic art is what. Well, here's an example right here. It's the actual physical paper that I draw on that is then scanned, and my wife Laura will color it, and it gets printed into a comic book. But this is where it begins. This is its initial stage. And then I generally like to keep my whole books together, so I don't sell a lot of my complete books. But if I do just a cover or a pinup, that's the stuff that I'll usually be more willing to let go of. But then also through you, Simon, I do commissions where somebody will just think of something that they just really want to see me do, and I'll do that for them. So I don't know if you wanted me to show any of those commissions now, but here, for instance, somebody wanted to see the Adam West Batman surfing with Silver Surfers. So, you know, you're only limited to your imagination what you'd like to see me do. And then if you also want to see it in color, Laura will often color a commission, and we'll print it on this really nice watercolor paper. And so you can get this can be your own one-of-a-kind piece.
Yeah, and I just want to say with that one, when I got the request come through, I just about flipped out. That was like so perfect for everything that you've done with Batman 66 covers and with your excellent run with Dan Slott on the Silver Surfer. That was just like two guys on a board having fun in only a way that you could deliver. It was amazing.
Yeah, I've been really lucky. I think a lot of the people that want commissions from me are tuned in to what I would enjoy doing, because I honestly can't remember a commission that I wasn't excited about. I've had fun with every single one of them, and I have no idea how many I've done at over the years. But yeah, they're always fun, and then when you send me the request, it'll be like, wow, I wouldn't even have thought of that. But then and always a weird mix. Not always a weird mix. Sometimes it's pretty traditional and standard classic, which is always great. But for instance, say the Justice Society of America mixed with, well, the Ramones or something. You know, it's crazy fun when these people are very passionate about wanting a piece of original art from me, and the ideas that they throw. It's always energizing.
Right. And I definitely get a lot of requests where people are basically, I think they're in tune with what you like. It's not just they've seen that you've done Batman 66, but maybe they follow you on Twitter and they see that you like the Ramones, or they know that you have an interest in the Beatles from Red Rocket 7 and other things. So I know you've done a wonderful piece for the Beatles, which I know is on my site as an example, with them doing the Johnny Carson show or something. I can't remember. It's an American show that I'm not familiar with.
Ed Sullivan.
Ed Sullivan. There you go.
Yeah.
So,
their first American appearance.
Right. Yeah. So that was, again, I think they like to play to your strengths because they know that's how it will work. And I know when I commission artists, that's often what I do, where I feel like their style will lend to it. So I think I see lots of people trying to do that with you. So moving on a little bit, I want to just talk about your kind of current work. I know you always seem to have multiple projects on the go. So I know there's always something Madman boiling in the background. There's probably something for Marvel. There's probably something for some other people. So if you want to just talk about what it is you're currently working on. I mean, I know X-Ray Robot, but if you want to talk about what X-Ray Robot is and maybe some other things that you've got going. And sorry, my screen keeps wobbling because I'm using a laptop. I shouldn't be.
Well, X-Ray Robot would be the latest project that is connected to what I call the Madmaniverse. So almost all of my solo, in fact, I can't think of a solo creator-owned project of mine that isn't interconnected. So for instance, iZombie wouldn't count, for instance, because I created that with Chris Roberson. but Madman, Red Rocket 7, It Girl, Mr. Gum, Spaceman, all of these are part of the, like Madman, Frank Madman Einstein can meet Red Rocket 7, or he can and will meet, spoiler, X-Ray Robot. So X-Ray Robot, the first piece I showed was from X-Ray Robot. This is a splash from X-Ray Robot. And so this is part of my create our own universe, my Madmaniverse. And so right before the world imploded, we had one issue of X-Ray Robot out. It's a 4-issue series. And so now that things are getting back to normal, the final 3 issues should hit comic shops soon. And then where's that first page? I wanted to show this because one of my dearest friends, somebody who I connected in one of the deepest ways I've ever had with any friendship, was Darwin Cook, who passed away a few years ago. And one project that we were going to do with Vertigo when Shelley Bond was the editor there was a project called Trash Island. And Darwin and I were both writing it together, and we were going to like switch off art. So what we talked about was some of the pages would be all him, some all me, some I would pencil with his inks, some he would pencil with my inks. And it was Trash Island. And so this sequence in X-Ray Robot is just kind of a love letter to Dar. So when people see Max here, the protagonist on this Trash Island, that's just a big cosmic hug for Darwin. But X-Ray Robot is part of that world, and a lot of publishers don't really want you to talk about projects until they're ready to be released. But the Madman books with the atomics and everything, there were these giant omnibuses. And omnibuses, if you collect omnibuses, you know when they sell out, they don't go back to print normally. I don't know one that did. And so one of the things that I've been planning on building, designing, is the Madmaniverse library. And that will be, at this point, it looks like it'll be at least 6 volumes, oversized, and we'll have everything of my creator own work, including my very first book ever called Dead Air.
Wow.
First book of mine that was ever published was a 104-page graphic novel called Dead Air. And it was in black and white through slave labor graphics. And so now it's being colored for the very first time. And following that was Graphique Musique. We were living in Europe at the time. I was a TV reporter. Last story I did was covering the fall of the Berlin Wall. And so that work was black and white, and that will be all in color for the first time. And that's followed by Graphic Music, where Caliber Press picked it up. And some of that was in color and some not. We might recolor the color stuff. But then Madman, where the first couple of years of my career were terrifying because I quit my broadcasting job thinking that, hey, I might be able to make a go at this comic book thing. And it was just scraping by. And Laura was a manager of a jewelry shop and was the breadwinner in that time, and allowed me to put everything I could into trying to make my comic career take off. And our first initial success that seemed to give us the confidence that this might actually work out was the publication of Madman. And when it was published, it was in a 2-color process. So it was a black and white book, but it had kind of this silvery blue color that did modeling and shading and just gave it an extra little bit of flair. Well, now that first Madman series is also going to be in full color for the very first time.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah. So, and if you dig that initial original version, hey, that's been printed so many times. That it's in the omnibus. It's in all the trades. The initial 3 48-page issues was called the Oddity Odyssey, and you can still find that easily. Oni Press did an edition of it. Kitchen Sink did. Tundra, Image. So if you are a purist and only want to see that initial 2-color version, it's I know you can find it, but I've always been curious to see what it would look like in the way that Laura has done everything since. And so now that will be in full color.
That's very cool. I have, yeah, I mean, I used to have all the originals of those, and then my basement flooded, so I no longer have my copies of Dead Air or Graphic Music. So I'm looking forward to being able to have a shelf version of those again. So you talked about X-Ray Robot and you talked about the Madman books. Is there anything else you've got going on that's going to be coming out soon?
Yeah, well, we don't have a release date yet, but it was announced, so I know I can talk about it. But the Excellent is the continuation of our Ecstatics, which began with X-Force when Peter Milligan and I that's one thing I should not show you, but
that's evil.
It's possible to freeze frame that stuff, but that's a project that I'm deep into that I'm absolutely not allowed to talk about. Okay, so here's one of the covers for the Excellent, which is also kind of a playful homage to Ecstatics versus the Avengers. But now this is Ecstatics versus the Excellent, and the Excellent is a team that's led by Zeitgeist, who was a character that had died in the very first issue of X-Force that Peter and I did, where we killed the Comics Code Authority. And he was given new life when he was used for Deadpool 2. So that was cool, seeing one of our creations on the big screen and on a massive blockbuster. That was a blast. So Zeitgeist is back, and that's not a spoiler because we did a giant size Ecstatic special, which kind of said, hey, we're going to do some more of these. And then at the end of that was the official announcement that this was continuing in our new series, The Excellent. And Peter and I are going to do at least 10 issues of that. That's what we're committed to. Whether we do more than that or not is up in the air, but at least we're locking down 10. And I'm drawing issue 4 right now. So it doesn't even have a release date yet, and I've got a head start on it, which I love. So many times we're chasing deadlines, and there'd be times with Silver Surfer where the book would come out and I was still drawing the next one. When my career first started, that was impossible because you needed at least a 3 to 4 month just the printing process. Now everything is so much faster, with the computer age and digital and whatnot. You can do these quick turnarounds, which still is it's not good for the nerves, but. So anyway, it's really nice to have that head start on our new Marvel Mutant series. And then Nick Darrington is one of my dear friends and asked me to help out on the last issue of Doom Patrol. And it's no secret I'm a huge Doom Patrol fan. And so and I love what Gerard's been doing with it and with Nick, who I would like to do a little bragging. And I was the one who hooked up Shelley Bond with Nick Darrington, and who then introduced him to Gerard Way. And so you're welcome, world. But yeah, Nick is fantastic, and I'm just like a proud big brother watching the success of his career. And I mean, there's just some really, I hope it's okay for me to show some of this stuff, but it's just killer cool stuff. And inking him, it doesn't get any easier. His pencils are so pure, and it's just a joy to ink his stuff. And then there's something else that I was given permission to do just a tiny peek of. So my career started around the same time that Brian Michael Bendis did, and we're both Oregonians, and we'll be at the same pool parties and have a lot of the same friends, and I love everything he does. And so I was thrilled when he asked me to be part of this latest party, Legion of Superheroes. And over 2 issues, there's this story where every page features a different member of the Legion, and it's drawn by a different artist. So Brian's task is to make all of these different varied art styles and whatnot work, and for this all to tie together. And I've seen a lot of the pages so far, and they're fantastic. Everybody's doing their best work. Everybody's inspired. And I can't tell you who I did, but I'm gonna do that. I was told I could just give a little quick peek, and that's all you can see. So that was it. That was
Thank you for the peek. So there have been a few comments coming in. Most of them, I think there's been a pattern of people observing that essentially it looks like you're in one of your panels for a second. You have a kind of almost trademark circular panel you often do in the corner or something. It looks like you're in a panel, then they realize it's this really cool chair. So people are very much appreciating the chair that you're in.
It's one of that back there is the actual prisoner chair from one of my favorite TV shows, The Prisoner, from the 60s. This we call the Stormtrooper chair because it matches the Stormtrooper. So
yeah. And which then spins the next way. I had a question on this and people have been asking. I mean, I was very much aware you collect a lot. I mean, again, following you on Twitter and just knowing you, the things that you recently kind of got the Mandalorian suit and were seen wearing it in everyday life because you were grilling or what have you. So
I wear it to go grocery shopping. So I'm completely, my face is covered, and
it's pretty warmer than wearing a mask, but yeah, I'm sure it works that's a bit better. So I'm curious, I know you collect a lot in just general like kind of pop culture stuff, but I also know you have an original art collection. So I was curious what's your what's your top 3, or where does art fit in, let's say, in your collecting priorities?
I'm not sure I understood that question.
So you collect lots of different things, and one of them is original art, but maybe some of it's Star Wars related. It looks like lunchboxes maybe are behind you. I couldn't quite see. There's other things that are on the shelves. So is comic art just one of the many things, or is it the lower down the list, or is it the top of the list of what you collect?
It's very spontaneous. I don't actively collect anything really. I'll see something, and so it's very spontaneous. Like I'll use the word worst. One of the worst things I ever did with collecting was guitars. That got out of control, where all of a sudden I just had to have every guitar, and it drove Laura. Laura handles our money, and she's the one that will say, you know what, we can't afford this. Stop. And I realized, and this is years and years ago, like around the time the Gear did its first album, my band, and I just felt like I love that guitar. I got to have one of those, and I would justify it. Well, this guitar has a very specific sound, so we're going to need it for this particular song. BS. But that was where I really had to kick it in and be disciplined about collecting. And just so when I collect anything, it's soul searching. So anything of mine that you see that I have is something that is very important to me, and I feel like I earned the right to have it. And so it isn't just something willy-nilly. As far as what I'm most passionate about or what I appreciate the most, it's easily all the different versions of Madman, that all the different. So my favorite artists how many decades now. The first one I ever got was from Richard Sala, just a really sweet artist. He just recently passed away. And and it was just kind of in a conversation. Our favorite comic book convention that we would go to was WonderCon. And at the time it was in Oakland, and San Francisco was one of our favorite cities to visit. And Richard Sala lived there. And so whenever we would go there, we would get to hang out with him. And Mad Men was just starting. We were about to have our first full color series. And I think just in casual conversation, he said that he'd like to do a painting of it. And that would be great. Yes, please. And which he did. And so we used that for the back cover. And back then, Laura and I would go to every show that we could. I think we barely do 2 a year, if that. I think we average about 2 a year anymore. But we used to go to every show that we could. And at Comic-Con in San Diego, we went to the very last show in the previous convention center. And then I think it was 1991 where they opened in the convention center, where it's been ever since. And then for the next 10 years, we went every single year, and you would see them knock out another wall, and to where they just ran out of space, and now it's spread out all over San Diego. But every year we went, and in those first years in the 90s, there was a lot, it was more relaxed, and there were a lot more opportunities, dinners, parties, after show hangouts, where you could be with your fellow creators. And so we would spend a lot of time with other artists and writers. And so there was kind of a fun, joyful aspect to drawing each other's characters. And it was also around that same time that I was invited in the Legend group, with Frank Miller and Art Adams and Mike Mignola and John Byrne and Jeff Darrow and Paul Chadwick and Dave Gibbons, Walt Simonson. So we did a tour. So I spent a lot of time with them and run into other people. And so after Richard had kind of done that first one, it became really easy to say, hey, look what Richard did, and then look what Jeff Darrow did, and look what Mike Mignola did. And so even if I was meeting one of my favorite artists for the first time, I was able to show them what I was hoping for. This is my character. Would you please draw it? And it was actually Frank Miller who introduced me to Frank Frazetta. So Frank Frazetta respected Frank Miller. And so it carried a lot of weight with Frank Frazetta to be introduced by Frank Miller. And I took my opportunity to, hey, Frank, would you be into drawing my character? And that's what happened. So I scored a Frank Frazetta Madman thanks to Frank Miller. And that's just one of the things that I just love this industry so much, because I know that all of the people that I know are fans of comic books. We are fans of other artists. And a lot of my passion to create is because of the inspiration I've gotten from my favorite writers and artists and musicians, and which makes me want to create. And by all these different conventions, what I was leading up to is it's a lot more difficult to have that quality hangout time anymore, because we're just pulled in so many different directions. But initially, at least with those first 10 years or so, it was really great, where we were able to bond with different people, and so I think I've collected well over 200 different artists doing their version of Madman, and so that is definitely my favorite collection as far as collections go. And then of course I collect my favorite books of my favorite artists. I winnowed down my guitar collection to my favorite 4, I'm embarrassed to tell you how many I got before I finally conquered that addiction. But so now I'm just really keen on being very passionate and selective about what I might collect.
Do you want to show off some of those Mad Men pieces, and if there's any with any kind of cool stories that go along with them, kind of share? Again, we're
yeah,
big.
Yeah. I'm sorry if there's glare. I just didn't want to take stuff out of the frames, but obviously that's the King.
That is the King. Got
to start with Jack King Kirby. Oh, this one I still laugh every time I see it. Dan Klaus. And all of these will be in that Mad Maniverse library as well.
Right.
And we a few years ago we did the 20th anniversary special, and that had all of like giant size, had all of the different pinups up to that point. And we also did card sets. So when I realized I had more, because we were using them for back covers. And is Frank Miller.
Yep.
We were using them for back covers, and I was getting so many so quickly that it would have been years and years, in fact, never to have them all be back covers. And so Dark Horse did these really cool box card sets, and where we could release what we had up to that point. And then it just went crazy after that. And so this isn't a madman, but I was able to create my own costumes for our version of the Fantastic Four with Matt Fraction, and then my older brother Lee. I wouldn't even know what a comic book is if it wasn't for Lee. So he's the genesis of my passion for comic books. But this was super cool. I don't know if you can see how huge this is.
So that's by Art Adams, it looks like?
Yeah, Art Adams drawing my version of my designs for our FF.
Right.
Yeah. And oh, this is great. Jeff Darrow, who did a few. And what I love about this is, so we did a 2-issue crossover. A lot of the Legend guys, we did, our characters would appear in each other's comic books. And for, I think, issue 7 and 8 of Madman Comics, we did a crossover with The Big Guy, which is Frank Miller and Jeff Darrow's creation. And so every time in the book that The Big Guy had any dialogue, Frank Miller wrote that dialogue.
Right.
And on this particular piece, the only thing that I did on this is Madman. So all of that, Jeff, of course, is notorious for the crazy amount of detail he puts in everything.
Yeah.
And he just went crazy on this, and I was just left to do Madman in that saddle on the top of the bomb.
Is that in on vellum, and is that how big is that? It looks kind of pretty large.
Yeah, it's huge. I'm not sure how big it is, but yeah, it's on vellum. He will detail his pencils, and if you see his original pencils, they get really dirty and smudged and whatnot. And then he'll go over with vellum and do the clean version of the final art, and that's what that is. And back in the day, Dark Horse did these gigantic posters, like door-sized posters. And the one for Big Guy and Rusty, I'm happy and thrilled to say that I got the original art for that. It's one of my favorite pieces. This is a Madman piece that Darwin Cook did. And Darwin did tons of stuff. And he would actually call up and be like, hey, I'd like to do something on that. For instance, when we were doing X-Force, he just called up and said, can I do an issue? And I managed to stay on target and didn't need a fill-in artist yet. And so when we did have one, Darwin was our first fill-in artist. And then one time he called up and just wanted to do a Madman story. And so, of course, But then we used to live out on a lake connected to the Oregon coast, and he came out and lived with us for a while. And one of the things that we early on so we got a little just a little cabin. We ended up adding on to it and eventually moving out there. But when it was just this cabin, we all just stayed out there, and we didn't have cable or anything hooked up yet. And so with no television, we just drew. And so we had this big table, and we sat on the floor, and we would draw and then slide our drawing off. And so like I would ink his drawing and he would ink my drawing, and he'd say, draw this, and I would draw that, and you draw that. And it's just one of my favorite memories. This is only half of a piece that Paul Pope did. So you can imagine how huge this is.
And I know here's another one you've worked a lot with, and he's done fill-in stuff, not fill-in stuff, like a guest issue and stuff.
Right. In fact, he did a X-Ray Robot variant cover, which hasn't been released yet, and it's fantastic.
No surprise.
Now, this was a collaboration. I drew this, and then Kevin Nolan painted it.
Yeah.
And it's glorious.
It is glorious. I think I still have some prints that every so often when someone buys a piece of artwork, I slip in. They're bigger than 11 by 17, so it needs to be in the right package. But
I think a tri-fold out in one of the issues of the Atomics. Yeah, it was like a special bonus inside one of the issues.
Yeah.
Well, here's Dave Gibbons.
Right.
He did a little book called Watchmen, which I've heard good things about.
Yeah, I had heard about that.
Here's another collaboration. One of my I need to wash the glass on this. But I drew this, and then Steve Rude painted it, including his two characters, the Silencer and the Moth. So I've Frank Einstein and Joe, and then his two characters, and they're being confronted with the brain of Dr. Buffard. Oh, okay. I was talking about those giant posters that Dark Horse did, and this one. This is the one they did of mine, and this is Alex Ross, and I drew this, and then Alex painted over my pencils. And,
very cool.
Yeah, it and printed huge. It holds up. The detail is incredible. I love the giant poster that was made. It was also used for the 10th issue of Madman Comics. The cover.
I can see some of it. I love how you got it framed, and I think you can see the edges of the top. You can see where he went outside the line, kind of thing. Like you can see how authentic and original it is through the way you framed it.
It's actually the bleed. He tapes it off, and then the paint bleeds. The paint bleeds under the tape.
Right.
So you can kind of see that because he does airbrushing and whatnot.
Right. And this kind of goes back to somewhat the question I asked you at the very beginning, like this is production artwork. It's artwork that was made to make a comic or make a print or a cover, and it's got these natural imperfections, which I find appealing. Like to see that little bleed at the edge and know that's what it is, and then notes in the margin. It's that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I try to do that whenever I can. This the Dave Gibbons one. It has a mat, but the mat is outside of the bleed of the art. So see the trim lines,
right,
and whatever that he put on here. A lot of publishers will give you their paper, which already has trim lines on it, but he just bought his own paper and marked this out himself. Here's the Madman that Mike Mignola did.
I like that one a lot. I was looking through the picture exhibition just last night to remind myself of these, and that one definitely stood out to me.
And talking about things that I'm passionate about, Barry Windsor Smith's Conan. So when I was a kid, me and my brother Lee, we drew our own comics. But then as I got older, I at this secondhand store found in the back of this old used bookstore, they had every Barry Smith Conan. Now this is before I'd ever seen a comic book store. It was probably about a year or two before I saw my very first comic shop. So to see all of them in one place, I called this my Jack and the Beanstalk story. I'll tell it very quickly. My dad got me a job as a lifeguard. He didn't. This was after I graduated from high school, and I guess he didn't want me hanging around the house. So, so I spent the summer at a summer camp being a lifeguard, and it was in 2 sections. So a few weeks, a little week, a break of about a week or 2, and then another session. In between the session was when I came back to town to Eugene, Oregon, and found this bookstore. Now, this is how, even when I think about this now, for an entire summer, I was paid $500. Now, some people would argue that they would pay to get to do this because it was a great job. It was a summer camp, beautiful swimming pool. I had my own cabin, and I didn't have to deal with the kids except for when it was their swim time. So it was a really easy job, and it was really chill. But $500 for almost 3 months work, it's pretty crazy. But it was still the most money I'd ever seen, ever. I'd never made that much money at once. And I got paid my first half, $250. The entire collection of these 24 Barry Smith comics were $250. And I didn't need the money because I was going back to the camp and I got fed there and whatever. And so it's like, I'll never have another chance like this. So I blew half of my summer wage on 24 comic books. And when my dad found out about it, it was like Jack's mom and Jack the Beanstalk just freaking out. And so anyway, for the rest of my life, for the rest of my dad's life, I had to prove to him that investment was a solid investment. And before he passed away, he acknowledged that, you know what, that was a really smart thing. I've seen how that inspired you. I've seen how important those were to you. And he was really proud of what I was able to do with this weird little career in this weird little business. And so I have one of those classic spinner rack, comic book racks. And that's where I keep my Barry Smith Conans. And I call that my Magic Beanstalk because, and so getting that, whoops. This is the cover to Conan number 8. And so you might imagine what this particular piece of art means to me.
Yeah, that's epic. I mean, that would be, I'm sure lots of people in the comic art collecting community and beyond would be very keen on that.
But it's strange because I spoke about my passion of Barry Smith's Conan. Red Nails remains one of my favorite comic book stories ever. It's right up there with the Galactus trilogy for me. And but I've never worked on Conan. In fact, somebody asked me to do Conan because I haven't done it yet. But I was asked to write a piece for the Marvel art of Conan. So I think it was Afterward, and I should have had that handy. But big, beautiful book, a lot of Barry Smith Conan in there, a lot of Conan by all the other great artists that have done Conan in there. But I relate that story in that book.
That's a pretty good segue. There's a question from online from Anthony who's been asking. He has asked an earlier question, which we may well have time for, but he's asked specifically about, you've done lots of different Marvel and DC stuff, and you've done your own stuff. He was curious to know, and this is one of the questions I had. Obviously, now you've mentioned Conan as a thing you would like to do. Is there other stuff out there from, I suppose, the big companies that you would like to take a crack at that you haven't had a chance yet?
I've really been crazy lucky. I would say there's stuff I'd like to do more of. I got to do an Adam Warlock special. The Bug series, which I did with Lee, is one of my favorite things I've ever done. We got to tap into our affection for the new gods. But there's so much there. There's so much more there that I'd love to play with. There's so many great characters. It's here, like this commission, for instance. I like The Question. This great Steve Ditko creation, or Black Canary, Green Arrow. You know, there's the Huntress, and then this is a commission that Laura also did the colors for. But it's when I'll get a request. I don't remember ever talking about The Question, but then I'll get a request for a commission. It's like, that's absolutely a character I'd love to work on. Let me see, where's the color piece for this? Yeah, here we go. This one was crazy fun. So it's a recreation of my Madman Superman cover. Now, this is the only time Superman has ever done a crossover with a creator-own character. And I recreated my own cover, but instead of Superman, they wanted Alfred E. Newman as Superman. And on the cover, I used artwork from the interior panels for the background. And in this case, I just filled it up with a bunch of Mad Magazine moments that have meant a lot to me. There's Spy versus Spy. I got to do a Don Martin, Wally Wood, Will Elder, Mark Drucker. And some of my favorite memories from childhood is like the adaptation of Clockwork Orange, and of course the Adam West Batman. And at the top you see Star Trek going into Star Wars. So I went to town on this one. They got way more than what they paid for on this one.
I think you exceeded expectations by some margin. And again, this goes back to the beginning of people request things, I think, play to your strengths and play to your interests. And then, whenever you do that with an artist, generally you do well. But I think with you, it really, because of your pop culture love, it seems to really kind of pay off.
Well, I always do my best to spill everything I can into each piece. But sometimes, like in that one, I get carried away and I have to just keep going. And that's what happened there. This is really cool. This shows you Michael Cho and his process. He'll do this modeling. Sometimes he'll use red. In this case, blue. Yeah, it is blue, right?
I think so. It's a little bit pixelated for me.
Okay. Yeah. I have a color blindness deficiency, so I'm blessed to be married to one of the greatest comic book colors. But so blues and purples are colors I have a hard time telling apart. But I just think that's really cool. And so he did Madman and the Atomics. And this means the world to me. This is one of my favorite things. So another huge influence is the Hernandez brothers. And when I was one of the I'm sorry, there's some stories that I know that I end up telling over and over again, but they're just massively significant to me. When I was a kid, so my parents split up, and Lee ended up moving away with mom, him being the oldest, and our younger brother who wasn't allowed to choose. I chose to stay with dad in Roseburg, Oregon, where I grew up and blew up. That's about an hour south of Eugene, where we live now. And I continued to, so again, Lee was the influence with comics. And so a lot of the tastes that I have are because he had an amazing taste. I don't know how he did it, but he only bought the best stuff. If we were going out on if we were going out to a swimming hole and our parents pulled over to get picnic supplies, and we'd go in and, were given some money for comics, I would buy like Hot Stuff or Richie Rich or Casper, which is cool, and I actually have collections of some of that stuff, and I appreciate it. But he would get the really cool stuff, you know. So he would get like an Iron Man comic or anyway. And so when we'd get home, and I'd be done looking through my stuff, and then I would want to dig through his stack, which he'd be very protective of, and he would just have all the best stuff. And so my taste really changed towards what he was introducing me to, where otherwise I think I would have kept at a very pedestrian level in my comic book collecting for who knows how long. And so by the time our family got broken up, that was ingrained in me. And I continued my comic buying habit until one of the comics that I was regularly buying was Amazing Spider-Man. And I had a massive crush on Gwen Stacy, who then was killed. Green Goblin, Spider-Man tries to save her, her neck gets broken. It was devastating. This was truly a traumatic thing for me. It devastated me to the point where I cold turkey just stopped buying comic books altogether.
Wow.
And this time I had a paper route, and so I just, my interest turned towards music. And so instead of comics, I just built this massive record collection. But then years later, when I was teaching television production at the Air Force Academy, I met a security guy, and we just started talking about things we liked. And we liked all the same movies and stuff. And he started, and at the time I was writing a screenplay for Dead Air and was storyboarding it. And he said, you should just draw it as a comic book, and rather than try to get it produced as a film, just get it published and as a comic book. And it's because, and he referred to comic books as the poor man's film medium. So rather than needing a multi-million-dollar budget to make a film, just draw it, and there it is. And it took a little more encouraging than that, but what he did was he gave me a whole bunch of comics. And I know you can pretty much lock down when this was happening, because the last 2 issues of Watchmen were yet to be released. And so he gave me all the Watchmen up to that point. He gave me The Dark Knight Returns, but he also gave me the series called Mr. X. And it was this super glossy, super highly designed, high-end. It looked like an insert for a super classy concept album. Just had a very rock and roll design vibe to it. Like when you open it up, where even a color comic book would have a black and white inside cover traditionally. This was full color. So you open it up in the inside front cover, and the first page would be like a credit spread. So it kind of had a widescreen movie introduction kind of vibe to it. And the first 4 issues were written and drawn by the Hernandez brothers. It was created by Dean Motter. The Hernandez brothers, and it was in color, and it's just glorious. And then I met Steve Siegel at the time, who is a very well-known established writer for comic books. He co-created Ben 10 and Big Hero 6. So he was the first professional I ever met, and I say the first professional because his first book, Kafka, was just released. And his dad used to have the same job at the TV station at the Air Force Academy that I had. And Charlie, who was giving me all these comics, introduced me to Steve Siegel, saying, hey, here's a guy that actually makes comics. And Steve kind of gave me a crash course in a bunch of things. But what Steve also said was, if you like Mr. X, you will love Love and Rockets. And he did, and I did, and just obsessively went and got everything I could find. And to this day, I think I have absolutely everything that the Hernandez brothers have ever done. I mean, if they do something on a napkin, I will buy the napkin. And they're just, I just love them to pieces. And at WonderCon, this convention I told you meant so much to us, that because we'd always get to go to San Francisco, I was in the right place at the right time. And Jaime Hernandez, who drew this, just was walking through, and he had all of the art for Mr. X, and he had never broken it up, and for the first time was going to sell it. And so I think I was at Scott Dunbar's booth, who was an art dealer at the time, and now he does those big, beautiful archive edition of original collections. But I'm pretty sure that's probably where we were, because that's, for whatever reason, all I remember is, why I can't remember other details is because when Jaime showed up with all that Mr. X art, my brain just went, and I would have bought it all if I could have afforded it. But what I was able to get was the very, very, very first page. And so this particular page just means the world to me.
So you kind of mentioned in your talking about Mr. X, talking about kind of how the production looked like album covers, and it kind of ties in with a question that Chuck Arnold has asked online about the your recent Bowie book, basically your experience of working through that. And obviously you can even predate that or go back earlier to Red Rocket 7. You clearly have a love of music. Again, with pop culture, we've covered that, but music specifically. So I suppose if you can just talk more about maybe how that came about, if there was how much freedom you guys had for it.
This is one of my Red Rocket 7 covers. This is what I call the Pepper cover. I recreated Sgt. Pepper, but I drew all my favorite musicians.
That's funny. I was actually just talking with a friend this morning and mentioned that you had done this, because he was thinking, I'd love to get you, Mike, to draw a picture of that, but with all the Sandman characters. And he was just like, his mind was boggled by how much that might cost, but that was his idea and his love.
That would cost a lot of money.
That's what I told him, and he knew it. But it's funny that we were talking about that.
I was talking how much I love this industry, and largely because everybody is so friendly and supportive of each other. I was part of this weird chain where it was a project where each artist was supposed to draw something on a piece of art and then send it on to the next artist in the chain. And Bill Sienkiewicz was in the chain before us. So when I got the art that I was supposed to draw on, he had drawn his piece on it, but he gave us this.
Just threw it in. Yeah.
How fantastic is that? It just that kind of support and affection is just, there's so many more stories like that, where I just love people in this business so much. And I got two more that I had pulled aside. First of all, here's the Frazetta piece.
Right.
And weird story about this was he was only penciling at the time, and he said, "Oh, well, I'll pencil something for you." And I'm like, anything, fantastic. And so we made an agreement, and then about a week later, I get a call, and he says, "Okay, I got some good news and I got some bad news." And the good news is it's all done. I had so much fun drawing it that I went ahead and inked it. And now here's my wife, Ellie. And so sometimes I'll refer to Laura as my Ellie Frazetta, because she's the businesswoman. And so I'm then on the phone with Ellie Frazetta, and she tells me, we're going to have to charge more. Because Frank went ahead and inked it, and she would have just gone ahead and sold it to somebody else.
Wow.
That's how hardcore she was. So it wasn't about, we'd made an agreement, but the agreement changed because he did this much more. So I think my other option then was, you either pay this much more, or he will pencil something else. But this particular piece just got amped up. And so obviously I sprung for the extra dough and got the inked Frank Frazetta Madman.
Doesn't seem like a mistake. We have, I think, 4 minutes left, or maybe less than. I'm not sure when Bill's going to come along and move us along.
This would be the last piece that I have out to show you, and this is Alex Toth. And
yes.
I am so blessed. He mentored me, and it's one of the best things that ever happened to me, and I cherish every interaction I had with the man. Even went to his house. He lived in this super cool place. There's this weird neighborhood. It's near the Hollywood Bowl, and the garages are along the street, and then you park, and then you go up these different paths and trails. And there's even an outdoor elevator in this neighborhood, and you can see it. I think it's I don't know if it's a Philip Marlowe movie, or I think Elliot Gould plays Philip Marlowe. And anyway, you see this weird outdoor neighborhood, which was part of where Alex Toth lived. And I think if you got on the roof of his house, you would be able to see into the Hollywood Bowl. But anyway, he was super cool. I would say he liked these certain kind of peanuts and different treats that different friends would. He rarely got out of the house, and he would ask his friends to do a lot of his grocery shopping and stuff. But I would send him every time I'd have a new issue. I would send it with in a box with a bunch of these treats that he liked, and then he would give me a critique of each issue, and it was priceless. It was just amazing. So I don't know if there are other questions that I needed to answer, but I know we're about done here. But
we'll wait for Bill to kick us out. But I think someone mentioned that The Long Goodbye was the film that you might be thinking about.
That's it. The Long Goodbye.
That's right.
Here is Bill.
Hey guys, this was great. Thanks for taking the time today, Mike.
It was fun.
And Simon.
You're welcome.
Good. No, I think we could run this another hour easy. I love your stories and looking at all the art you brought.
Good. Now I got to hang it all back up.
All right, guys. Well, listen, I really appreciate it. And we've got another panel due up in about 2 minutes, I believe, with Leandro Fernandez. So we'll be right back.
Okay. Thanks, Bill. Thanks, Mike.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye, guys.
Welcome back to Comic Art Live, everybody. My name is Mark Walters of BigFanboy.com and Dallas Comic Show. We've got another exciting panel coming up for you guys, and I hope everybody is having fun. Please remember that if you guys want to ask us questions, you can post your questions in the comments. We will be happy to get as many of your questions on as we have time for. I'm also going to be joined here by Mark Hay of Splash Page Art. But at this time, I believe we're good to go. Let's. Oh, there's Mark. Hey, Mark, how are you?
Hey, Mark.
Can you hear me?
Good to see you. Yep, I sure can.
Are we good to go? Are we ready?
Yep, we are. So the main attraction
I'm very
Leandro
excited about
Fernandez.
this.
Yep, me too. Hey, Leo.
Hi.
Leandro Fernandez,
Hi.
ladies and gentlemen.
Hi, everybody.
This is Mark
there.
Walters.
How are you?
Meet Leandro.
Nice to meet you, Mark.
Leandro, it's a pleasure to meet you. I very much enjoy your work, and I've been looking forward to doing this panel. And the timing on this couldn't be better because big exciting news, The Old Guard being made into a movie with Charlize Theron, and I think it looks really good, and I think it looks really, from what I can tell, it looks really faithful. So I was very happy to see that. But thank you so much for being a part of Comic Art Live. It's great to have you here.
Thank you. It's a pleasure. I'm happy to be here. Thank you.
I guess I want to start off, we'll start with The Old Guard, and then I want to kind of talk about some of the other things you've done in your career. And then we are going to take some audience questions, if that's okay with you. We'll just kind of go through and see if we can get to as many as we can. But I really want to talk about The Old Guard because I love the book, and I particularly love the way that you brought this story to life and these characters. There's so many wonderful images that come to mind when I think about this book. But there's one that really stands out. I was actually telling Mark about this earlier. I think it's issue 3. It's a double-page spread where Andy is going down the stairs in the gunfight. That, in my opinion, is one of the finest double-page spreads, just one of the greatest action scenes I think I've ever seen in a comic book. So, yeah, congratulations on a wonderful 5-issue series for that book. It's terrific.
You. Thank you. Yeah. I'm glad to hear that. Funny thing is that when I done that page, I was making some tryings with the digital drawing, with the syntax, and I was trying. I bought a new one, and I wanted to make some, to see what's going on about that. And I choose to draw one page before that double spread. That is when Andy goes down from the stairway. There is a very complex shot, and I spent so much time of the drawing that I decided, no, I have to go to the paper again because it's my field. That's where I feel comfortable doing that. So, but that's what reminded me with that double splash page. Yeah,
I would imagine
in general.
Go ahead, Mark.
Sorry, I was just going to chime in and note that in general, you excel at drawing action and fight scenes. Not only there's some other spectacular ones in, I think maybe the first issue, but the second volume, there's also a spectacular fight scene with Andy back when she was younger. So in general, you just draw great action scenes.
Thank you.
Just what I wanted to comment.
Thank you. Yeah, actually, the action scenes are those that are meant to be done by themselves. I mean, they're really telling something. So they have their quote, the part of the interest by themselves. I mean, what they are already telling. I like to focus more on putting some attention on those which doesn't have that. The regular talking, boring scenes. I mean, to try to keep the attention of the readers. That's with the challenge is. And over the years, is where I been more focused, and finally, I enjoy many times of doing those scenes of those pages better.
That's fantastic. I did want to ask, like, your relationship with Greg, because I believe, if I'm not mistaken, your very first comic work was with Greg. It was on Queen and Country, wasn't it?
Yeah, way back on time, year
almost 20 years ago.
Yeah, year 2001. That was the first time we've worked together, and it was very exciting. It was very good. After that, we've done a Wolverine book, Coyote Crossing, and well, we've been working together since a long time ago. And when he came with this project to me, he just said one sentence of what this was going to be about, and that just hooked me, you know, because I've been working on creator-owned stuff before, and I was looking to continue doing these new things. When he offers me a chance to go with a project of this subject, having a group of immortals, really different one from another, so it was going to be a heterogenic thing, and where the action takes place today, so that was really interesting. So I wanted to say, yeah, I mean, I'm in. I really want to do it. I am an artist who feels special attraction in drawing historical situations, so that's why it kept my interest in, because I knew I would have the chance to draw different periods of time on history. So that was really tempting. And besides, as you said before, the action scenes, he told me from the beginning, I mean, this is going to be a story of action with immortals. I mean, it's got to be action. We have to be guys kicking asses and that kind of things. So yeah, I mean, that's how it started.
I love seeing those flashback sequences too, because it really, like you say, it's really great to explore the different time periods. How did you guys figure out, because obviously you've worked together for several years, was there a moment for you early on when you kind of realized that you and Greg had a great symmetry working together as a writer and an artist? Like, was there a moment where you just felt like everything was really clicking? How do you figure out that chemistry that lasts for 2 decades? I mean, there's a lot to be said for that.
Yeah, I mean, it's something that in my case in particular, I mean, I'm going to answer by myself. I felt really well comfortable for one side, and the other side it's always a challenge, because we tell the stories with a lot of visual information, so it's something that I have to take care of, and there's a lot of work to do. Well, for example, in this particular story in the Old Guard, as we have so many changes of period of times, I spend a lot of time getting documentation about that. We're trying to be precise. We're trying to focus on the little details that will make the reader to be in the right time, the right place. It's not only about changing of times. This is a story that moves a lot around the world. So you have these different scenarios, a lot of guns, a lot of things that I have to fit into a page. When we started with this book, we decided to tell the story we want to tell without any limitations. So at first, he gave me a 24 pages of script, and I gave him back a 36 pages comic book. And he was okay with that. I mean, and we said, okay, this is the story we want to tell, and we want to give room enough for the story to be told. So sometimes I need more space to go on with the storytelling. I took it. I mean, it doesn't matter. We decided to go this way because we want to show everything that deserves to be shown the better way, the best way possible. You know, that's the way we had it, and that's the way it's always been with this project, and it's the way we're trying to keep it. So it's, if you see the pages, it has not regular comic book issues pages. You know, we're going further than that. Okay, we're trying to tell the story the best way we can. We're having fun. and it's the kind of story I love to tell. I mean, I feel really comfortable doing this. I hope people feel the same. I mean, I enjoy drawing this.
You went from early in your career working on a book like Queen and Country, and then like just about a year later, you start working on The Incredible Hulk. I would imagine that that's an interesting transition to go from an independent comic book to something that is not only a mainstream comic book, but such an iconic character. And I would imagine there's probably some pressure that comes with that as an artist. How do you kind of mentally prepare yourself for that sort of challenge?
The funny thing is that you talk about the Hulk. That the moment that I started drawing the Hulk, it was the moment that the first movie came out. I'm talking about the first movie of the period of time that we're living now, with all the VCI effects and all of that. I think it was Eric Bana once. I don't know if it was that movie. Was that the first one?
Yeah, it was. I think it was just called Hulk, and it was Eric Bana. Yeah, that was the first one.
Eric Bana. Yeah. Well, yeah. But I remember that it was like you said, a big change of a scenario, because of the situation was funny, because it was the first movie coming out from a comic book, and the first issue of that book that I've done, it was a special one that was supposed to be out with the movie, so a lot of attention was put on that book. Actually, the first issue was sold for 25 cents. It had a label on the cover that said 25 cents because it was supposed to be together with the movie. So when I drawn it, it came out, and I went to the movies, and I say, okay, this is the movie, the character I'm drawing right now. It was so exciting, but I mean,
a lot of pressure, yeah.
I felt like I was on the red carpet in that moment, but I mean, nobody was there. There's only the people and me.
That's funny.
But it was a lot of a big audience on that. But actually, it was a different thing. But I had a really good memory, and the Queen and Country book done with Greg at the beginning. It made a lot of noise by itself too. We got a nomination for the Eisner Award, so it was a really joy to be working on that. And from my side, I love to work on new things. When I had the freedom to create, to work on things from the scratch, when I have all the freedom to create everything from the beginning, even if it wasn't the case, because this series was already started by another artist, and Greg calls different artists for each
story arc. Right?
Yeah, I had a lot of fun doing that, and the realistic topic is something that I like very much. I mean, espionage and that kind of thing is really funny. And with the characters, with the mainstream characters, I had like a big relationship with the Hulk since I was a kid, because I loved that character. I really felt really enthusiastic when I was starting doing that. Another one that I loved was Wolverine. I had a chance to do it right after the Hulk. So after a moment that I started to get familiarized and had the chance to work with really interesting characters, and the characters that I wanted to draw, I understood as an artist that I was trying to go behind more to work with some kind of writers instead of the characters. It was okay, I've done that stage of drawing some character I wanted to draw. From now on, I want to draw with this guy or that guy. I started to feel more tempted to work with one writer or the other instead of going behind the characters. You know. Yeah.
What about Punisher? What was your experience like working on Punisher for those issues?
Yeah, well, that was that was a great challenge. You know, what I've been called to draw it. Actually, I didn't know what was happening because it was something new, something different. It was the stage where Garthanes took the project on Marvel Max, and I mean, it happened that it was like with that kind of things that you don't finish to know what's happening because it's something new. I mean, we were talking about a character who was being handled with the freedom of that character deserved, and said, okay, go tell whatever you want to tell. You don't have any restrictions with this show. Go wild, do what you have to do. And I mean, it was Garthanes. I mean, it was the right guy to do it. So it was a great experience. It was a long experience because I've done several books of the Punisher the last several years, and I think we told good stories, which is the most important thing when your work is to tell a story. That's the way I define mine.
Yeah, well, Garth really brought the character back to well, he took the character out of where it was, because I think Marvel had kind of made the character more of a superhero type of character, and Garth was like, no, this guy's a dark vigilante. Like, he should have dark stories. He should have dark events surrounding him. And I always felt it was such a brilliant way to kind of reinvent the character. It was really informed how the Punisher was, you know, taken into pop culture from there forward with the movies and the TV series and everything. So I was very happy to see Garth kind of take it in that bold new direction that he did. And I love seeing your issues on that. That was great.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I think it's the way the character should work. I mean, it deserves an environment like that. I mean, certainly. And yeah, of course, Garth took the spirit, not only about working. I mean, I think my perception is that he worked on him through the other characters that surrounded the guy. You know, his universe is what mattered. I mean, that's what made the character coming alive in such an interesting way. Yeah, it was such a good experience to work on that. Sure.
Now I'm curious. The Old Guard. Have you seen it? And what can you tell? What can you tell us without getting in trouble?
Not much, I guess. No, I mean, I prefer not to talk too much about the movie because I prefer to talk about the comic book, and maybe if you're interested in that, about my experience of a creator being on set. And being on set of a movie which is so much related to the book we've done with Greg, which is such a good experience.
That's exactly what I want to talk about, because it looks very faithful to the comic, and I'm hoping that they, you know, used his words and your images as a template to create what they did, because it certainly looks like they did. So
you can tell that. Yeah, you can tell that just by watching the trailer. And yeah, the most important thing that I just wrote Gina, the director, yesterday is how glad I am of the respect that I felt from the production team with the comic book, which is the most important thing as a creator. I mean, I couldn't be more thankful to them, to having such a respect for the original play, you know. And well, what I was telling you, it was that one of the things that I think is good to share is to having had a chance of being there and be a witness of what it means to recreate, to build for the biggest screen with real life things. Things that I've created from my drawing board. I've drawn the things alone here in my room on my drawing board there, and Greg sent me the ideas, the script, so no limitations. We created that, and after that, realize what does it take. Not only, from so many different ways of seeing these things. So many people working on that together, from the director, producers, technicians, the actors, the guy giving life to the dialogues, to the things we've created on our studios. It's such a lonely work, the comic book artist one, that all of a sudden I had a chance to be on the studios in the UK or in the desert in Morocco, in seeing literally a city built in the middle of the desert with towers with lights, cranes, hundreds of people running there, giving instructions to just to make a shot that I've done in my drawing board. It was amazing. And as the final result, I am very happy. I think it's something that I enjoyed a lot, and I want to enjoy it again. It's something I think it's gonna be. It's a very visual story. So as the comic, you have different scenarios, you have different places in the world, periods of times. And you have an amazing cast. The chemistry between them is overwhelming. I couldn't be happier with that. It really was amazing. Let's see what happens with the people. I think they're gonna love it.
I think it's going to be great. You talked before in an interview about designing the character of Andy and how you wanted the look to be more than just being an attractive woman, and specifically designing that character in the way that you did. Can you talk a little bit more about that in terms of, for the people that are listening, like what was your approach to that character when Greg, first started to kind of write her out on the page, and how you approach tackling that from a visual point of view?
Yeah, not only for Andy, but for the entire crew. The whole team. When I started designing them, one of the things that I had for clear was that I wanted them to be easy to be recognizable. They needed to be recognizable all of a sudden, because as we are telling a story of immortal guys that we are going to see them through different periods of time in the history, we'll see them in really different situations, different attitudes. The fashion changes all the time, so they're gonna have different haircut styles, different clothes. So they have to be easily to recognize, and at the same time, I wanted them to have their own voice. With this, I mean having certain features on their faces, even in the way they move. I'm talking the way they move because when I draw you, I try to express something like that. I wanted them to have their own voice, and the readers to try to hear them when they read a comic book. And if I could get that goal, I'll be really satisfied with that, because that was my intention. I never meant them to be beautiful, at least not in the usual classical way of being beautiful. And Andy especially, because she's the eldest. She's such a bold character. She's a war machine herself. She was like a war god. Figure out she's so old, and she knows all the ways of killing some people that the best of the soldiers can't learn in his entire life. So it has to be other character of herself. I want her to be even recognizable when we see a silhouette of her, you know, when we just see her shape. That was my goal. The same with the other characters. They're so different. Their story are so different. They had to be really easy to be understandable, recognizable. I hope it shows. I mean, at the moment I designed, Andy didn't know Charlize is going to be playing her, of course.
I think it's great casting. We do have a question here in the chat. Timothy Guerrero would like to know, what is the comic book environment like in Argentina?
Right now, is
Yes.
that the question?
Yes.
Well, right now, Argentina is a country that has a big tradition in the comic book field. Actually, there used to be a big industry way back on time in the 50s, the 60s, the 70s, and it lasted a little bit longer on the 80s and the 90s. So some things more experimental, but there was always a big movement here related to comic books. And so there are a lot of people, for example, from my generation, we've grown up reading comic books as something natural. I mean, it was usual for us to read comic books. You didn't have to go to a comic book store to buy a comic book. You have it everywhere. Before going out before climbing a bus, on the station, there was a lot of comic books that you could buy everywhere. And the same thing happened when you have to go to the doctor. On the waiting room, you had a comic book story there. Everything made in Argentina. So there's a big tradition of writers, artists, editors, and that things. I mean, all related to the industry. I think we were lucky to have that. And at this moment, there is a lot of things being done here, and really good, interesting things, but maybe not in a mainstream way as it used to be before. The effort the editors, the publishers do is bigger for a smaller audience, so it's a bigger challenge. But they're always doing new things, really interesting things, and there's a lot of things to see where you can mostly get a good view of that, a good approach of that on the comic conventions, you know, where all the independent publishers come by to show their stuff. And you'll be surprised of how much material you can find of really good quality, really good writers, artists, even editors. They're doing a lot of stuff. The challenge is to get a bigger audience for the business to grow up a little more. But there are a lot of things being done.
Once again,
so
sorry, Mark, go ahead.
I was just going to ask you, so how has the old guard been received in Argentina with you drawing it? I'm assuming you have been promoting it there, and conventions have been having you, at their show over the last year because it's coming out.
Yeah, the thing is that here is I didn't have the chance to promote it too much here because the thing is that the first Spanish edition just came out late 2019. So that is coming from Spain. So you can get it here if you want, but you have to ask for it. And right now, as in the situation we are, things are a little slower. You will get it. It will take maybe a little couple of weeks if the comic book store doesn't have it. But it reached Argentina in Spanish just at the beginning of the year. So it's a lot of people is asking me about that. But it's like I didn't have too much time to promote it here. at least not in Spanish. There's an audience who read comics in English, and they already knew it from before because the book has come out in 2017. But the Spanish-speaking audience, they're still waiting for it. Maybe they could get some early trades that could be there from the beginning of the year, but not too much. So I don't know too much about that yet.
We're talking to Leandro Fernandez. You, of course, know his work from The Old Guard and more recently American Carnage. If you guys have questions, you can post it in the chat. Leandro, I did want to ask you, who are some of your personal artistic influences? Who are some of the people that influenced you early in your career?
Actually, there are a lot of them. And there are like two different kind of influence, I would say. You have those that are unconscious one, that you read them when you're a kid, and maybe you, at least it was my case, I didn't pay attention who was the artist who was doing that. For example, in these collections of comic books I used to buy when I was a kid, one of the particular things about that was that there was omnibus magazines that has several stories each, with like I don't know, 10, 15 stories on each magazine, written and drawn by a different guy, and every time it was changing. And most of them, there was really great talented artists, and I used to read that like a usual thing. I grown up reading great artists drawing great comic books as something usual. Maybe some of them I don't even know their names because there were so many of them that I didn't know. This from the unconscious influence that I would say. Then when I started to grow older, to get more into the field, trying to get a job, I mean, trying to get professional on this, and you start to pick up the books from the shelves, because who makes it? I mean, you realize there's different people doing that comic you are reading, and it won't be the same that if you pick up a comic book of the same character that is being done for one guy, then if another guy does it. So when you realize about that you start to go behind writers and behind artists, and there's a lot of things that I call the attention, that you're going fishing them, and they make your conscious influences. From my unconscious influences, what I could say is that I grew up reading a lot between some of these artists. For example, I remember Stefano, which was one of them, Brescia, both Enrique and Alberto. There was so many of them. I used to read a lot Asterix, you know. A little bit later, it appeared Manara, Hugo Pratt, Frank Miller. This was more in my conscious period of time where I discovered, for example, Frank Miller, Frazetta, Mike Mignola, Katsuhiro Otomo, a lot of influences from all over the world that I was trying to pick up. Moebius, for example, I used to pay a lot of attention to his books, and many people who used to work in black and white with such a strong amount of black. We used to work in Argentina, Munoz, for example. And those are a few. I mean, there are a lot of them that I was always trying to get material from.
Well, since we are on comic art fans, I feel like it's only appropriate. I have to ask you, in addition to being a phenomenal artist yourself, do you collect original art? Do you own any pieces of original art from other artists that you've purchased over the years?
I got a few, yeah. I got mostly friends, but I got a few pages, yeah, here and there. But and they're already framed and around the house. Yeah.
Who are some of those artists?
I got a page from Rafael Albuquerque, Tony de Zuniga. I got a really nice.
I love Tony de Zuniga as a phenomenal artist, very underrated.
Yeah, he gave me a beautiful. I don't remember the cowboy with the vertical cowboy. Then
Jonah Hex.
Jonah Hex, yeah. I got a face of Jonah Hex from him, and I got some things from the twins, the Brazilian twins, Fabio Moon and Gabriel Blah. I love them, and I got a few things here and there. Yeah, I love that. I take a special care of that.
Well, that's good to hear, and I love hearing anytime anybody mentions Tony de Zuniga. I think he's such a legend in the industry. But of course, for those of you that are watching, if you would like to purchase any original art by Leandro, you can do so at splashpageart.com. Leandro, what are you working on currently right now? I know everybody's kind of in a holding pattern right now because of COVID-19, but is there a project that you're currently working on at this moment, or maybe a project you were working on before everything kind of got put on hold?
Yeah, well, actually, I'm finishing the second volume of the Old Guard. I'm doing the last things on that. The comic book is meant to be 3 volumes long, and I'm just finishing the second one. And the idea is to have it the 5th volume, the 5th issue right after the movie comes out, and the trade. I don't know. I think it's a couple of months later, around September or something like that. It's going to be the second volume collected there. So let's see what's happening. Just finishing that. Got a lot of work with it.
Can you tease us at all about what to expect in that next volume?
On the 3rd?
Yeah, like where is all this headed? Or I guess it's probably too far off to really give anybody. I don't want to give away any spoilers or anything, but
no, it's not about the spoiler. Honestly, I don't have an idea what it's gonna be about. And with Greg, I never know because I mean, when I finished the first one, I mean, I can't help it, but I always try to imagine what it's gonna be. And I mean, one thing that I like, and maybe the story is gonna be this direction or something. As soon as I received the script, it went to a completely different one, and we used to change it along the way. I mean, it's how to say the work is not steady. It's not regular. I mean, we changed that many times. We changed sequence. We changed the way the story is going to be. So honestly, I don't know which way it's going to be. I don't have a clue, and we haven't talked about that yet. I mean, we're finishing the second one.
It probably makes it better that way, because then you don't overthink what you're going to do when it comes time to illustrate it. Like, you know, it's better to just get the story in your hand, and then whatever comes to mind fresh that way, right?
The thing is that I enjoy that because it's until I don't have the script in my hands. It's a practice of joy, because it never stops surprising me. Every time I read a new script like that, is a surprise, and that's one of the things of the story. I mean, it's unpredictable in many points. So it's something, or one of the things that I like very much about this story in particular. Honestly, I don't have a clue how it's going to start the 3rd volume. I'm just working on finishing the second one.
Well, that's terrific. I want to I'm trying to show. I want to show a piece of your artwork here because we had a request in the chat. So let me see if I can share my screen here and show this piece of art.
Yeah, that's the first issue cover of the first one of all.
There we go.
Yeah, the first issue of the first volume, which actually on the cover is being printed to. We don't see the upper part of Andy's body. We don't see her face and anything. We only see from the waist down. We see the axe, the labyrinth, and her legs there on the cover. And I wanted this to be the trade cover from the collection, the whole collection, because I felt it was more shocking and more descriptive than anything. I mean, it was very iconic. And finally, we decided to make a new one specifically for the. Yeah, well, this is of the volume 2. This is the page 2 and 3 of the volume 2.
Just phenomenal work.
Yeah, it took me a lot of time to draw this. Really too much than the average double page, because it has a lot of work on that. I mean, it's not only about sitting and drawing. It's about to show everything that deserves to be shown, and that thing. So for example, this is the beginning of the second volume, and before of this, I didn't have a clue that this volume was going to start with this. It's a lot of action.
We did have someone in the chat that was asking if the cover to issue number 1 is still available, and yes, I believe the answer is it is, though no telling for how long. So visit splashpageart.com for more information about that. And here's another piece. What do we think of this? That's terrific.
This belongs to the second volume already, where on the first volume we had as there are 5 characters, there are 1 cover per each character on the first volume, and on the second volume we have 2 characters per issue. So this is the second issue of the second volume with Nikki and Joe. And in all of the covers, we don't show their faces. So having the original one, I've drawn the full shape, I mean the full figure, and I cut on a different level on each cover to have a unique visual on each of them. That's the idea. That's the sketch for the one of the sketch. I have a few of them. There's one of the sketch of the second volume trade paperback cover. It's gonna look. That's not the final one, but I think I got it too.
For those individuals who can't necessarily afford a published cover, these sketches are much more affordable and also very cool, because some are the published image, but you get to see some alternate shots that, as Leo was saying, that he's kicking around before the final images come up.
Yeah, I got particularly from the covers, I got several sketches in most of the cases for each one, because when I draw a page, I work straight on the artboard, and I have some sketches here and there, but it's not the usual way I work. For example, there you have the sketch I've done for the former cover, and that we were talking about, and I have some sketches of most of the covers that I do them before working on each piece. Yeah, that one is the one who belongs to the finished. I mean, there was a version of the finished volume 2 collection of the comic book, and there was the last sketch I've done before going to work straight with the cover. And so I have several sketches for each piece of the covers, not only interior pieces I got.
Oh wow, that's just so good. That's just so great.
Yeah, this is of the 3rd issue of the volume 2. I think it's another a sketch from the cover.
I've asked Mark if he can show. There's a color piece that I wanted to show. Mark, did you get my link on that? It's in the private chat, but you know what I'm talking about. That
what
big
thing?
Color. So I'll see if Mark can grab it. I love seeing the process because I love seeing the thumbnails before you go to the finished piece and whatnot. I think that's always a fascinating way to see how a comic is put together. Have there ever been times where like you finished a cover or maybe even a big splash page or something and you said to yourself, this just isn't working and I feel like I have to redo it? Or do you feel like you just have to constantly keep moving on at that point?
No. There is moving forward, backwards a lot of times. Yeah. Believe me. I for example, the particular piece I'm working on right now. I hope I finish this version because it's the 3rd time that I've started this. And so the thing that I see it, and in all my years of working, I arrived to this decision is that when something is not working and you don't understand why, the best solution is start all over again from the scratch. I just leave the things aside and start all over again, because it reaches is something very subtle. It's something very unconscious that you work with something and you reach the point that even if you can correct it, it doesn't work in your head. I mean, you're already tired of that image and that thing. So I got a lot of material, a lot of unused pages, especially what I said in the old guard. As we took all the time we needed to tell the story. I mean, talking about in terms of the length of the sequences we wanted to show. Yeah, that's one of
that's it right there.
One painting. Wow. Yeah. At the beginning, I was making a lot of experiments with sequences, adding frames, taking them away. There are a lot of pages that they've been drawn several times. I have one, for example, I remember the first one or the second one of the issue 2 on the first volume. I think I've drawn down like 3 or 4 times, and I have them all here. I mean, I have all the versions of that page because I wanted to have it the best way possible, and I took the time to do that again until I say, okay, yeah, this is what I want to tell. Yeah, I got a lot of unused material that me as a collector I would like to get, because it's good to have the finished piece that has been published, but it's also good to recognize something of that, but nobody else has or has been seen. I mean, anywhere. So I find that interesting, that kind of a use in material.
Well, Leandro, I think you're doing amazing work, and I cannot wait to see what you have in store for us next. And again, I would encourage everybody that's watching this right now, if you are interested in purchasing a piece of art by Leandro, you can do so at splashpageart.com. We're just about done, I think, for the day. Mark, is there anything you want to add here at the end before we start wrapping things up?
Well, in addition to going to splashpageart.com and looking at Leandro's stuff, for this show, we added some pieces that have not been available for sale previously. So if you go to Leandro's gallery on Comic Art Live, Comic Art Fans, Comic Art Live page for Splash Page Art, then you'll see the brand new added things that Leo just gave me to put up there so people can check them out, which was, the second volume, issue 2 cover that we showed. That is brand new and available. And there's several other pieces as well.
Yeah, the same as if somebody's interested but something in particular that is not shown from the second volume, you can ask Mark at splashpage.com that he will let you know.
Yeah, Mark, I just put the link in the chat so that everybody can access that. And yeah, Leandro, we cannot thank you enough. It's such a pleasure to have you here on the show. Congratulations on the success of the book. Very big congratulations on the movie. We cannot wait to see what they do with that.
Yeah, really looking forward to seeing it.
Thank you. Thank you.
And hopefully we can do this again sometime. This has been a lot of fun. I hope you've had a good time with it as well.
Of course, yeah, just let me know. Call me.
Yeah, after
You
we've
can
had a
come to the
chance
place.
to see the movie, then we can compare notes about it.
Yeah, that would be great. Yeah,
That'll be great. Yeah, of course. I hope you guys enjoy the movie, enjoy the book, and thank you for inviting me here. It's been a pleasure, guys.
One last thing, actually. So, Leandro, we had not previously stated that he was going to take commissions, but I think he's going to try to make time maybe to fit in one piece tomorrow. So I have put a sign up on the link that we just provided. So maybe one lucky person for tomorrow will have a chance to get a commission. So we'll see. Otherwise, as Leandro's schedule eases up down the road, we might be able to fit you in as well in the future.
Okay, yeah. Mm-hmm.
All right. Well, thanks, Leandro. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Leandro. Stay safe.
Thank you, guys. Have a great,
Take
you
care.
too, guys. Have a great show. See you. Bye.
Take care. Thank you so much. Oh, okay. He is gone. All right. That was fantastic. Mark, what did you think? Oh, and of course, somebody posted a question right at the very end that we didn't get to. I'm sorry. We were waiting the entire time for questions, but we missed you on that one. We'll get him on the next Comic Art Live. We'll get that question in. So, hey, Bill. Bill, you're muted. You're muted.
Sorry about that.
There you go.
I was trying to keep quiet during the conversation, but
no worries. Yeah.
So we're wrapping it up today, and we'll be back at it again tomorrow at noon. Anthony Snyder's doing a Selling Heroes live show at 12, and then that'll be followed up with Paulo Rivera at 1 p.m. Eastern and Joe Quesada at 2 p.m. And then we have Tony Parker at 3 p.m. and that will be the final panel of the day. And after that, we'll do some Q&A. I'll come on and hopefully everybody can share their thoughts on what went well and what hasn't and how we can improve for the next one. So thanks for tuning in today, and we'll check back with you again tomorrow at noon.
I wanted to state a couple things real fast. For those interested in Paulo Rivera, we are making available 6 pieces of artwork for sale in his panel. So that's the only way you'll have access to be able to buy those pieces. We're going to randomly post them, and the first person to say, take it, we will recognize, and then I will work out the details off air with them. But
I'll take it, Mark. That's you got to not just.
You'll take all 6.
No.
Of them, right?
They have to post. I'll take it, like as if they specifically want to take it.
Yes.
Not just take it.
Gotcha.
But yeah, that's going to be fun. That's going to be a great panel, I bet.
And then also one last thing is I thankfully have been inundated with emails for commission requests today and purchase requests, and I am doing my best to handle panels and also emails throughout the day. So if I haven't gotten to you yet and you're in this chat, I will be getting to your email this evening. So thank you for contacting us. Lots of guys are putting out great stuff. I think Bill has already started to show some of the pieces, and I will be sending him some more stuff. So this evening, people can see what some of my guys have been creating today.
Absolutely. Yep, I've been posting them on Facebook.
Great. Hey, and thank you to Mark Walters for doing the heavy lifting on most of my guys' panels. Appreciate you, Mark.
Hey, man, this has been a lot of fun. I think, and hopefully everybody in the chat's been having a good time too. And I want to thank everybody in the chat because you guys have been giving us some really good questions. And please spread the word. Let everybody know about tomorrow. If you could blast it out on your social media channels, Twitter, Facebook, whatever have you, we would appreciate that as well.
Absolutely. All right, guys. Thanks again. We'll see you tomorrow.
Have a good night.